Howdy, howdy, friends and neighbors. Oh, Duggar, there's nobody out there. It's in the rain. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And Duggar says hi too. Say hi, Doug. Say hi, everybody. Say hi, Doug. Say hi, Duggar. Hi, everybody. We greet you. We greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator, always. Hey, Pearly Jones, I love you. Oh, Elderberry. Howdy, 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 howdy. Yes, I was on Facebook for the first time in well over a year. Okay. I don't know why I was in Facebook jail or whatever reason or whatever. Hey, David Castle. But every time I tried to sign in, it would do something goofy. If I tried to add a picture or make a comment, it would throw me off. So I just, have not seen the necessity of Facebook until it became, my sister called me this afternoon and said, hey, I contacted all of our brothers and sisters in Ohio. And my sister Lynn and I are going to go on vacation this summer. So anyway, it was important for me to get onto Facebook and try to get in touch with my other brother from another mother. Versus a brother from another father. But anyway, I have no true brothers and sisters, lots of half brothers and sisters. And so when I go see my brother Ron, that I haven't seen in a while, and of course I haven't seen any of them in a while, and I've never met my brother Michael. So anyway, it should be interesting. So I do greet you all with the love and the honor of the Creator, infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue your journey in learning how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And so with that said, I've been uploading pictures and going through things and trying to do stuff. And my mind is like, blah, 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 because I'm not used to doing this kind of stuff. It used to be old hat. I could multitask with the best of them. Not so much anymore. I'm like I told you, I promised you I would give it the old college try. So I've not been able to figure out how to get them up to YouTube yet, but they're at least on my Facebook page. So, I have made progress. And a couple of pictures of Duggar and me on the river, Duggar's trip to the river. All your blood relatives are scared of me. Yeah, I was thinking earlier that, I'm going to have to kind of keep it kind of calm, I guess, and because y'all know my views are way out there, and a lot of folks do not, even family members like, well, they'll listen to me so, do I discuss it? Or do I just leave things kind of be and visit with my relatives? I mean, I will discuss, don't get me wrong. I won't keep my mouth shut, but I might keep my mouth shut on a lot of different topics. We'll say, hey, Michelle. And it's 12:20, so it's 4:20 somewhere. I've been waiting on this one. So here you go. Smoke if you got them. Welcome, Saturday night, friends. Well, actually, I guess it's Sunday morning already, ain't it? Saturday night and Sunday morning. I spent so much time on Facebook tonight, I didn't make my backup coffee. I've been drinking coffee from last night all day. Actually, not all day, but I mean, that's got a fresh pot brewing, so I'm going to have to leave you in the dark here in a couple of minutes so I can go get some fresh coffee. But anyway, Been some interesting things going on, um, in that my video the other night, about finding all the things and plants and trees and stuff like that on my property. And I went back out yesterday. No, I didn't do a video last night, but yesterday, and surveyed the top of the hill. And I found at least 25 different areas where there are blueberries, not the rabbit eye blueberries. Now, I found a couple of other places that they might actually be real blueberries. And I was like, what? And I haven't seen any berries on them. But anyway, oh, Delaney, that's a shame. See, you're going to lock you up, huh? But anyway, I'm looking around and I'm like, I had no idea how many actual plants, bushes, shrubs, things peppered all around the top of the hill. Now I know there's more in the backyard, back in the back, but I had no idea how many actual blueberry bushes were up here on the hill. Not just two or three. I mean, like, as I started walking through and winding around, I was like, holy crap. And some of them are loaded. Oh man, a couple of days. If this storm today didn't knock some of the berries off, I know it knocked off a bunch of the mulberries, but I got stuff on the ground, so in case the mulberries got dropped. But anyway, so I was going to do mulberry pickup today, but it just quit raining for hopefully the last time tonight. It has rained a good bit here and not hard nary a drop down in Tallahassee. 70 miles away, and they only got a couple of drizzles where we got pounded. But I say that because the weather reports all said that Tallahassee was going to get it, and we were going to get some of it. It worked out the other way around. But anyway, everything's safe here. We lost power a couple of times. Lights flickered on and off, and they could still flicker. If I go offline and things die, chances are it's when the light goes, when the lights go on, off, like twinkle, twinkle, little stars, there's something's loose or it's a limb on a line or something like that. So anyway, there could be damage somewhere along the line, and could still lose power if they're fixing something. But anyway, Gaza, how are you? Old coffee resin, yeah. With these past couple of months, it's been raining an awful lot up here in Rock Falls. That's finally nice to see a sunshine day. We've had the last couple of days. Oh my gosh, it's been so beautiful down here. We might not have many more, but it's been, yeah, I got plenty of candles. Yep. And flashlights and other kind of stuff. Yep. Hey, Ed. It was 12 this morning. Jody, by the way, let me tell you this. The pictures you sent me in the chat, I got to figure out how to get them to look at them or something. Y'all have to forgive me. I have not been on Facebook in over a year. The format's changed, how things are done and such. I got a lot of catching up to do. So if I ask you stupid questions, I simply don't get it, Hey, Project, how are you? You're late for nothing, for a very important date with anyway. So I don't have any problems with it, just that what seemed, it's so weird because what used to be very simple for me, I mean, I used to do 3D AutoCAD, okay, and used to work the mouse with one hand and this hand did shortcut keys, and I mean, I was blindingly fast and accurate too. But since my, brain incident, there are just some things I look at it and go, well, it's right there. Just poke on the thingy, and I'm like, I'm poking on what I think is the thingy, and it ain't doing nothing. Or look over here, and I look over there and go, I don't see it. So anyway, what used to be simple is not. But I did find pictures and I did upload them today and I put a little comment on them. I have to go back through all these pictures and rename them because they're just numbers. And so I got a lot of work to do with renaming photos, and put them in some kind of well, the order is by the timestamp on the photo, but if I'm going to make a library of them or whatever, then I want to name them in order, like Duggar River Trip 1, Duggar River Trip. Doesn't have to be a lot, but it has to be in an order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for my own reference point. But anyway, so if any of you saw the pictures on the river, good boy Duggar. He's been cooped up in the house all day today and doesn't like thunder worth for nothing. But he's been real good. And so the pictures of him in the back of his head. I agree with you, Jody. It does look like Klingon sometimes. -12. Holy crap. Must be cold. It's cold somewhere. But anyway, but it's good that I said hi to folks who were seriously wondering if I was still alive. And I think because Teresa and those of you who post things, on my channel, which is fine with me, I've given you all permission. That they're like, well, he must be still alive, even though we don't see his nasty ass face on here anymore, or have to listen to his weird comments. But in reading through some of the stuff down in Facebook, I realized after 2 or 3 hours of like, I'm just going to upload a video or two, how I see where people spend their time. I see where my time used to be spent. And I see that I do not want to go back into the Facebook thing. Check it once a day, okay, because I'm sending messages out. But to leave it on and go over and check and see what people are doing and what, nope, I do not want this burden again. Facebook kept me off of it. And I have not I mean, I have missed saying hi to my friends, but can I do that once a week? Does it have to be every day? Do I have to like everything? Oh, well, if I don't hear from 20 people on this, and I'm like, a year and a half ago, I thought that was stupid, and people are still doing it. Oh, well, do I need 20 people to show I like, and I need this person and that, and why don't people, and like, I'm sorry. But if you need that kind of feedback to feel good about yourself, oh my God, you're in trouble. If I don't hear from 10 people, if I don't get 20 likes, if you don't share this with 10, I'm like, oh, please stop this shit. Stop it. Share it if you like it, but this idea that if you don't love me anymore, or you don't agree with me. Well, I haven't been online, so if I didn't see it and I didn't share it, then somehow I must not love you anymore. Oh, stop it. It's a setup. Oh my God. And looking through this stuff tonight, I was like, this is all a setup. And there are some stuff I want to share because it's funny as hell to me, but running through this stuff, you'll like the alligator thing. I didn't repost it, but I made a note to self, mating alligators are very aggressive. So don't mate with one of them when they're aggressive, or, but anyway, you don't mess with anything that's in the mating cycle, period, anyway. Ha ha, tee hee. But As I'm looking down through all this stuff that's going down through my feed, I'm thinking to myself, all these people are reacting to all of these pictures, to all of these things, and their mind is not attached to themselves. It's attached to the Facebook. And after 2 hours, 3 hours maybe that I was on there trying to, get in touch with my brother, I've had enough. I don't care if I don't go back on for another 6 months. I mean, I do because I want to stay in touch with certain family members, and this seems to be the only way. Like, my phone number hasn't changed in probably 30 years, okay? 20 years at least. Does anybody, can they like look up in the directory, what's David Knoll's phone number down in Florida, down in Florida, in South Georgia? You know, I'm in the phone book, not a cell phone book, a phone book. So, but anyway, oh, well, I couldn't get in touch with you because you weren't on Facebook. I have a phone. I'm just saying. But people depend upon it to the point where I think it makes their brains sick. I really do. Now, I'm not going to yak on about that, but that's my 2 cents worth. For those people who rely on Facebook, and I used to be one of them, who rely on Facebook to get feedback, to feel good about themselves, I'm sorry, you need to grow up. You're, and I did it. I'm guilty. And then I realized this is all false security. Now, there are still people that I haven't talked to in over a year some folks have died, passed on, folks have lost their children and their wives, uncles, husbands, and I regret, not knowing earlier about some of these things, but there's nothing I could have done about it anyway, except send a prayer. You know what I mean? Hey, Brandy, how are you? But anyway, well, it's not the Facebook in itself. It's what people are using it for. And, for those people who are putting those things out there that, if 10 people don't share this, then you don't love me anymore. Stuff like that. And I look at it and go, you mean people are still feel that way? Well, if you don't, give me a like or a share, and I'm not going to like or share because I think doing that is stupid. Oh, well, if you don't share this, you don't love me. I love you, but I ain't sharing it. I'm just saying. Because to the marketing ploy, and to other things related, I knocked something down over here on the floor and it's underneath the radiator and I don't want to forget it's there. But anyway, it's that it's almost like somebody puts up a picture and then everybody's going to share it. Now, some of them are great. Some of the sayings are great. I'm not against that. It's when they tag it. Sayings are wonderful. They're inspiring. I love it. I do. But if you don't share this, is where I draw the line. If you don't share this, then you don't, then you don't care. Whatever. That's where I draw the line. I would much rather you not tell me if I don't share this that somehow I'm going to upset the universe with this, And I don't want to upset you, but I'm going to hit the like button. I like what it says, but I ain't sharing it because you told me to. That's why. If you don't, I love you still. I'll tell you to your face. But I ain't sharing this damn thing because you said, well, I don't get 10 people. Okay, I'm off of this kick. But I told you that in a couple minutes I was going to, leave you in the dark. I want to go get coffee. So if you all will hold that thought, smoke if you got them. Yeah, share 20 times and God will bless you financially or whatever. That's my point. It's not the sayings. That's my point. I think after a year and some odd months of not being on Facebook and not having seen it and been involved. I love seeing pictures. I love people's, comments. I made a comment to myself, without sharing something. I must be the bad guy now because, I very rarely wear a mask. 99% of the time, I think I put in parentheses. And I'm not taking the shot because I'm allergic to them. Now, I still love you because you've had your shot or mask, but are you still going to love me because I won't? And I just left it at that. But that's my comment. So, I, and I have family members who will cuss me out up in Ohio, but I ain't wearing a mask for them. I'm just not. I will sit across the room. I'll stay outside. I will talk to them on the phone or something or through the window if that's what it must be. But I'm not wearing a mask to make them happy because of what I already know and my own breathing issues. I just can't do it. But anyway, what I think about their songs that really suck. Yes, Delaney. Oh, and poetry that is like those are poetry to me rhymes. There is meter and timing, and there is the iambic pentameter, and it's not just a bunch of words thrown together on a page, and it's not even a decent paragraph. It's stuff that they wrote. But this is this poem that I wrote. I'm sorry. No, this is a statement that you wrote. Oh, this is my poem. None of it rhymes. None of it is any kind of, in any kind of form that even resembles poetry, let alone that, But I saw something today and it was interesting. And they said that for the last 20 plus years, and like at least 30. If you were in school 30 years ago, if you're in your 30s now, for example, or 40s now, or whatever, and you were in school 30 years ago, you didn't learn what we learned in school because everything was changed. The history books were changed. All of when they went to and I blame it back on the days of, when they, had to change certain things because black folks couldn't understand it. There was a word for it back there in the 90s, And so, but people who grew up in those times didn't have the same textbooks we did. They didn't have the same literature we did. They're not asked to read the same kind of authors that we read. I mean, people say, well, I read Huckleberry Finn and loved it. I love, Mark Twain. I love Samuel Clemens. But this idea that, oh, but he's a bad man because he used, vernacular that was common back in the days that he wrote the story. That's right. On some of the things I put ribber, 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 because I'm thinking that river. I'm thinking back in the days of Mark Twain and how the folk used to call it back in them days. We went down to that there river, and that there is DATDER, RIBBER, or RIBER, ribber. It was not a V, it was a B, ribber. And so, I do this sort of an homage to Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, and also to give folks a little bit of what the hell's he doing? What's he talking about? Well, if you've ever read some of the classics, you will know what I'm down that ribber. It's Mark Twain. Anyway, I'm going to go get coffee. Please hold your seats. I'll come back. I got the cards ready. I haven't shuffled them yet, but spirits were, kicking me in the butt saying we need to do a card reading, and I agree. I wished I had not got so Facebook sidetracked this evening. So, but we're going to do cards anyway. So hold on to your hats. I'd play a song, but I'd get in trouble. Anyway, hold on to that. Look at my hat in the background while I go get coffee. Well, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down. Oh, medicine go down. Oh, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. In oh, so many ways. What's up, Doug? Doug? Hey, Doug. Hey, Doug. I love you, boy. No, we're not going out here. Come on up. There you go. He wants to go out so bad and run around, and he's like a he's like a chicken noogie. Ooh, I'm gonna get my paws wet. I gotta say something to y'all, and I think you'll get it. I've always said that I ain't nothing special, but I gotta say y'all make me feel special, and that's like what you know. And I thank you for that because you all are special to me. But and you got to know that always. But in that, for me, I'm just me, and to other folks, I'm somehow special, and it's like okay, I'm. It's hard for me to accept. I got to say, but I accept it, you know, and say, that's I appreciate it that I have so many good people that are looking out for me, and I'm assuming y'all are good people. Otherwise, I'm lying my ass off. But anyway, oh yeah, CCR. Is it? No, it's not quite a full moon, is it? Honest. And by the way, Ed, and for those of you, hey Cherry, how are you? The moon in the last couple of nights has dropped from overhead to down over here again, and which is weird because it's been really stable. So we must be going through another big time wobble that the moon has moved that many degrees in the sky in just a couple of nights. I'm just saying. I agree with you, Delaney. We're all special. The 27th, yeah, 25th today, right? But anyway, it is definitely wobbling. Yeah, it's like I said, the moon was stable overhead for many nights in a row, right? Since I mentioned it, I said, well, it's, we're after new moon and the moon's up overhead and I got to go outside. Now it's like down over yonder kind of thing. So it's really wobbled out of the way. And tonight and tomorrow, we're supposed to get a really big, strong cosmic energy wave. So the oddball society, absolutely. We are already members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Cheers, everybody. Cold then hot also. Yeah. And something else, Elderberry, and all of you. I was looking I've been watching the weather right all my life. And I was looking and it always kind of just as a general looking, I noticed that a lot of times that there was from the daytime high to the daytime low, even though it was like 13 degrees, the high would be about 20 or 25 degrees Fahrenheit higher for the day's high. And that it was usually in that 20-degree range. So we have an 80-degree daytime, it'll be 60 degrees at night. Okay, just 20 degrees, right? Well, now it's almost 90 and it's going to be 60. Well, that's almost a 30-degree gap between the low for the night and the high. So during this year, I've seen a greater temperature difference from the low to the high. Now, just my area. I haven't been looking all over the planet kind of thing. But in my area, it used to be 15, 20 degrees from the high to the low. It's been pushing 30 degrees. I mean, regularly, not because some cold front came in. It might be cold that night, but it's going to be 30 degrees warmer today, which is just interesting. So I would ask you all to just um, take a look at that yourselves. Just, oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, yeah. I love that series. They've got an animated series of that. Yeah, now there have been higher temperature swings, but I'm saying consistently. I mean, like, I look at the weather, at the bottom of the local TV, weather channel thing, and they got the highs and lows, and I'm like, well, it's 88 degrees and it's going to be 56. Wait, 88 and 56, 88, 50. Wait a minute, that's not that 20-degree temperature. I'm just pointed out there. Yeah. So, but it's been consistent, not once or twice during the week, but like every day so I'm just saying. Anyway, I don't know what it means, but it is different. It's a change that I have noticed. So I'm here to be one of those people. Bob, we love you. We do. You keep your brother cousin's AI in line out there now. Fresh coffee. Yum yum. Mm-mm. It's okay, Ed. You're old and feeble. I'm kidding. Maybe you are old and feeble. I don't, but I am kidding about the same here in Kentucky. Yeah. And one of the things too, by the way, I've subscribed to Dutch Sense for many years now. There are a lot of people that their channels have not been taken down, but there is no notification that they're on live, or and then there's no notification that there's even a video that they put out. A year ago, easy, I was worried about earthquakes and all that kind of stuff, and since my Chromebook died and I lost that app, and I don't just. But the thing is I just don't care anymore. Yes, there are earth changes. Yes, and if I get one in my area, that's going to really be interesting. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't care about the rest of the earth, but I used to look 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day on the earthquake app, and now I just check it. Well, I wonder what's been going on. He hasn't, Doug? Well, that could be the other reason why I haven't seen his thing come up. But ooh. Tattoo channel, does it fit him? What? Anyway. Yeah, I do too, Cherry. But my point to that is that I used to, like, 2 or 3 times a day, I had to check it. It was like if I didn't check it, it would drive me nuts. And now I'm like, earth changes. I've reached a level where if there's something really important I need to know, my guys, gals, people will say, "Hey, go check this out," and I will. But as far as me anticipating or, oh, I've had dreams about certain areas. In fact, that down there where that volcano went off on that island down there, in the Caribbean, that I had looked in that area for a long time, and I told some other folks way back when, I said, something's going to happen down there. I don't know what, but whether it's now or later, something's going to happen. So I used to check every day to see if anything happened. So I quit checking, and the volcano went off, and I was like, oh, well, that's one of the ones. Yeah, St. Vincent, yeah. But anyway, and I'm not against. Yeah, Delaney, I understand. Well, when the New Madrid um, popped back in the 1800s, it rang church bells in Boston. So we're just saying. Yeah, I'm happy everybody's here too. But anyway, my thing is that I had to check it 2 or 3 times a day, and I don't do that anymore. I'm just I have progressed. I used to stay on pins and needles myself. What's the solar wind doing? What's all this doing? Now I go, oh, well, that's okay. Well, that's that. There's that. Well, okay, fine. And it's out of my brain where it used to bug me all the time a few years back. And something has happened in my brain in that. It's not that I don't care. It's this that there ain't nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I'm always at prayer. So the idea that why should I maintain a worry level? Why should I have this app that pops? Ooh, another thing went off in Indonesia. Okay, I'm sorry for them folk. Wish they could move. Another one off in Vanuatu. Something. Okay, fine. And I was all the time alerted. Ooh, another one went off here. My point is, it was taking parts of my brain power away to what really is necessary. Is it important to see what's going on worldwide? I absolutely believe so. But to the degree that I was checking it, I understand, Cherry. I did it because I was curious too, but then I realized that it was making me nuts, is my point. I'm not against it, but I did it for so long, and I used to do earthquake updates and stuff like that. You haven't heard me talk about it lately because everybody knows what's going on. Everybody's got apps now. If it pops, it pops. If it quakes, it quakes. I'm not going to live in fear. Thank you, Delaney. But it's not that. I am a curious person, way curious, but I had gotten overboard with my own curiosity, and it was keeping me tense. Well, another earthquake went off over here, and another one. I'm just saying, if something says go check the internet out, oh wow, then my feeling about an earthquake was right. Okay, there you go, or something. But anyway, I started checking to watch for major shift. I get it. I'm with you. I'm always with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just saying that I did it so much it was making me crazy. And so, well, we all know we're in a major shift. That was my information from the cosmos. Now, Cherry, this is not against you or anybody else who does this. I'm just saying for me, I had to move on from this constant watching to once or twice a week to checking it out. Now, I go through my mail and stuff once a day, usually, and check and see what's going on. But my monitoring it when my computer would go beep, 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 there's another earthquake, beep, beep, that I don't do. That I don't do anymore. That's my point. Yes, I still check. Yes, I'm still, that's my observation of the moon down in the sky, Earth wobble. It did become obsessive for me, Brandy. Well, it's on my phone. Yeah, well, I don't have a cell phone. Well, it's on my computer. Beep, beep. Oh, what's this going off? Alert, 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 alert. It was making me nuts. But I still check. I still observe. Don't get me wrong. I'm still I'm still a watchman, but it had gotten obsessive to me. Yeah, Brandy. And I think for each of us, we'll find our own place where I just said one day, I said, do I do I have to have this app on all the time to where earthquake alert, earthquake alert, earthquake alert? And I went, eh. I do too, Cherry. And I'm with you on that. But I'm saying the earthquake app, now, if I lived somewhere where there were earthquakes, I would check that. Tugger wants to play so bad. He wants to go out so bad. If you hear a squeaking in the background, it's his hamburger. Come here, bring it here. I'll throw it to you. Come on. Here, squeak, squeak. He has been so good. You want to go out, don't you? You want to play so bad, you can't stand it. And I don't mind him. I missed my walk outside today, too. Whoa. Get it, boy. I also see a pattern with the Schumann resonance and anger and attacks, road rage. Yep. Ready? 1, 2. Whoa, you dropped it. Go get it, boy. I would have never bought him that little rubber squeaky hamburger thing, but his relatives. Somebody else is going live. How many people would like to have a card tonight or this morning? I got them sitting right here. I just been BSing with y'all just for while I sort of been. I hate to crowd anybody else's time, space, or time slot or whatever if they've had something planned. I wanted to plan this earlier this evening. All right, Elderberry. Oh, I'm sorry, Project. I'm in the shuffle too. And over the years, there's been some things that he's tried to convince us all. And then he got kind of quiet about it. And, it's the fact that when you look at some of those videos, those are obviously spaceships that you see bipping across and in groups and stuff on the holy crap. All right. Doug, you're in charge of who's first. Project is first. I think that's what yeah, Project is first, Doug's second, Jody's third, and Cherry. Okay. So Duggar's calmed down. I was going to start this earlier, but anyway. I've just been sitting here yakking with y'all and visiting. Like I said, I would have been earlier tonight, but the rainstorms and everything and the lights flickering. But anyway. So, Project. This one's for you. They want me to shuffle again for whatever reason. I never asked why. Just, shuffling them cards, finding out which way. Okay, so when I choose, I also want to, orientate the cards. This is up to me, down, and which way do I turn them when I go to draw? So at the moment, it feels pretty good. So, Doug, close your eyes for that 30 seconds. I'm sorry, Project, hold your hand up and hold your head up. Hold it. Hold your head up. hold your head high. I don't know who sang that, or anybody know? Hold your head. Okay, it seems like um, Upside Down Dog project. So, didn't you have some dog issues before with pulling cards? Anyway, yeah, and there doesn't seem to be another card behind it or next to it or anything. So, but anyway, I'm very serious, about what I'm doing. But at the same time, sometimes I will spend an hour and meditate before I get online with y'all, to kind of get my head into the right space to draw cards, kind of thing. Tonight is not one of those times. I'm basically here, and Argent, I would have never gotten that, Michelle. Um, so anyway, hi Teresa. Yeah, I was thinking Sly and the Family Stone too. That was my thought. Dog number 14, Upside Down. Dog is we've read Dog before, and I didn't notice. We love you too. Me, myself, and I. Dog is loyalty. Dog, you are so noble until the bitter end. Your medicine is the teaching of true and loyal friends. Now, it seems like um, that on the last card I pulled Dog, or it seems very similar, but anyway, it's upside down. Now you're hearing the music in your head. Sly and the Family Stone. I know, Miss Pearl. You know, stand, stand, stand. Oh, stand. Sly and the Family Stone. Anyway, when the mountain you about to fall, stand. Hey, Alex, how you doing? All of the Southwest and Plains Indian tribes had dogs. These noble animals, four-leggeds, would often give warning signals of approaching danger. They helped in the hunt and were a great source of warmth on long winter nights. Thus, Three Dog Night is named after it was so cold it took three dogs. This wildness, however, never divested the owners of their dogs' innate loyalty. I'm reading now for Project Dog. Dog has been considered the servants of humanity throughout history. If a person carries dog medicine, he or she is usually serving others or humanity in some way. Here you will find the charity worker, philanthropist, the nurse, the counselor, the minister, and the soldier. Dog was the servant soldier that guarded the tribe's lodges from surprise attack. Dog is a medicine that embodies the loving gentleness of best friend and the half-wild protector energy of the territorial imperative. Like Anumas, the jackal dog, protector of Egypt, Dog is a guardian. Throughout history, Dog has been the guardian of hell as well as of ancient secrets, hidden treasures, and babies. While mothers were cooking or in the fields, Dog honors its gifts and is loyal to the trust placed in its care. In examining dog medicine, you might find that you have fond personal memories of owning and loving dog as pet. The message that dogs are trying to give you is that you must delve deeply into your sense of self-service to others. Canines are genuinely service-oriented animals and are devoted to their owners with a sense of loyalty that supersedes how they are treated. Yeah, if a dog has been yelled at or paddled, it will still return to the person who the source of its bad treatment. Um, it does not come from stupidity, but rather from a deep and compassionate understanding of human shortcomings. It is if a tolerant spirit dwells in the heart of every canine that asks only to be of service. You can also see dogs that have plenty of loyalty beaten out of them. Um, Out of sense of service, these breeds have adopted attack oriented desires of their owners. They carry out an altered genetic memory of service, which means if they are to be approved of by their masters. Dog medicine asks you to look at how readily your sense of loyalty is countermanded by your need for approval. Now that's kind of sort of, now this don't mean anything to you, Project, but what I was talking about, the Facebook thing earlier, where people have to post these things. If you don't post 10 of these, you don't love me anymore, kind of stuff. And it's like that it's their need for approval. If you have pulled the dog card, there are several questions you need to consider depending on the situation. Now you pulled it upside down. I pulled it upside down. But here are the things that they're saying. If it was right side up, have you recently forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my personal truth in life? That's an interesting question. Is it possible that gossip or opinions of others have jaded my loyalty to a certain friend or group, or, and I'm adding this, even to yourself? Have I denied or ignored someone who is trying to be my loyal friend? Now, for example, for me on Facebook, years ago when I first started my quote ministry, if you will, people just would not pay attention or look or listen or whatever. And, I was really the oddball, friends, relatives, that kind of thing. So I didn't really care if I got Facebook back or not. Anyway, number 4 on this is, have I been loyal and true to my goals? Now, in the contrary position, dog may be telling you that you have become critical or mean due to the company you are keeping. The reversal of this medicine could also imply that it is time to stop cowering with fear and time to begin to tackle the adversaries of your confidence. The key is to realize that these are not external enemies, but thought forms in your own mind which tell you that you are not worthy of loyalty, either to yourself or to others. You may want to examine the patterns of disloyalty in your life. Do you, for example, pass on gossip or not speak up when someone else is rumor engineering or mongering? Do you make jokes that belittle others? Do you refuse to return kindness? These are characteristics of fear, and particularly of a fear that is common to the human two-legged family. The fear of not belonging or of not being approved of. Reclaim the power of loyalty to self and self truths. Become like dog. Become your own best friend. So, with that, they're asking me to say, um, the reversal of this medicine could also imply that it is time to stop cowering with fear and time to begin to tackle the adversaries of your confidence. Okay. The key is to realize that these are not external enemies, but thought forms in your own mind which tell you that you are not worthy of loyalty, either to yourself or to others. That they want me to read that over again, as that seems to be the message for this. Uh, Now, dang, I can't remember who is. Thank you, Elderberry. Doug is next. All right. Did he fall asleep on it? He's probably shocked that that card got pulled. I swear I pulled that for somebody last time, but it might not have been upside down. 112 here. Yeah, almost. Um, I have plenty of time to hang out with y'all, so I'm not in any hurry. If anybody wants a card, but Elder Doug is next. Right. So, Doug, give me a sec. You know the drill. Close your eyes, hold up your hand. Well, hush up and pay attention, Doug. Same here, Alex. All right. Sometimes they want me to cut them and then I turn them, and so that one side's upside down, where the other half is right side up. And all right, Doug, quiet, quiet on the home front. Quit looking at cars, please. They want me to turn the deck around. Okay. By the light of the silvery moon, we'll croon a tune by the light of the silvery moon in April. It's supposed to be June. Interesting. There might be a card beside that. Yeah, this is a tour. Doug Fox, 25. Yeah, whoever I chose to, it doesn't matter to me who's next. I mean, it's up to you, but whoever was first or second, you know, and if you don't mind, if it's now or later and you're not in a hurry, then neither am I, is my point. So, number 25, Fox, and it's in the upright position. And since I turned the deck around, it's number 25, Fox. I have read Fox before, but it's been a while. So it wasn't really a twofer. The backup with it though, that was a card right next to it, was the Eagle. And we've already been through Eagle. So, but the Fox was the main one. But Eagle was like, Fox is camouflage. Fox, where are you? Under the ferns, becoming the forest, so I can learn? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me to become a tree? Now, see, that's poetry to me. There's rhyme and there's meter in there. But anyway, that's from a previous discussion an hour ago. Wily Fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest, and they can. The foxes that were around here, they disappear in a heartbeat. This flora is Fox's ally. The ability to meld into one's surroundings and be unnoticed is a powerful gift when one is observing the activities of others. And be unnoticed is a powerful gift when one is observing the activities of others. Not necessarily like a peeping Tom, but um, you just want to melt in, and it's not that. Hopefully, it's not because you're like, and that goes for you women too out there. Uh, the idea, though, that the camouflage is that to observe the world. Anyway, another natural gift of Fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing color, like the chameleon. And rich white winter coat allows Fox to blend in with the snow when the leaves are no longer linger. Fox medicine involves adaptability, and they're saying that's that word right there. Fox medicine involves adaptability, so pay attention to adaptability. cunning, observation, integration, and swiftness of thought and action. These traits may also include quick decisiveness and a sure footedness in the physical world. Fox's ability to be unseen allows it to be the protector of the family unit. If danger arises, Fox is Johnny on the spot. Nahia Waheya, great spirit in the Choctaw tongue, honors Fox with the duty of keeping the family together and safe. This is accomplished through Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self conscious. Fox is always concerned with the safety of family members and is an excellent talisman for those who traveling far afield. If Fox has chosen you to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are to become like the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind, which is unseen, yet is able to weave into and through any location or situation. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. This is they're telling me to reread that already. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. So whatever is going on, you should watch their actions, not use your cunning nature in a positive way. Keep silent about who and what and why you are observing. In learning the art of camouflage, you need to test your abilities to pull this off. And it's fun too. I'm here to tell you, being camouflaged is great. One test or medicine that may help you to is deciding to be invisible. In doing this exercise, you might try to visualize your body as part of your surroundings. Just think like a tree, full of colors of the location you are in. See yourself in your mind's eye, moving with stealth and grace. I'm adding this ninja style. Unheeded by others. If you do it right, it works. That's what's in the book. And I'm telling you from my own personal experience, it works. You can leave a party unnoticed or become as unobtrusive as a piece of furniture, watching the developing drama of the subjects you are studying, whatever it is that you're studying. While learning from Fox, you might also gain confidence in your ability to know instantly what will happen next. So if you're watching something, you'll be able, some guy's getting pissed off. You might get the thing, he's going to hit the other guy. He's going to nail some. Anyway, so after observing for a while, you become aware of a certain predictability in given situations. I absolutely agree with this 100%. And Fox medicine is the art of oneness. Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. This applies on all levels from rocks to God. With Fox medicine, you are being asked to see all types of uses for oneness. Now, this is an important lesson to all y'all who have never tried to learn to be invisible, not for any kind of nefarious purposes, but hopefully, and to how to become camouflage. I'm just telling you, it's a really cool and it's very useful. Much like the clowns at the rodeo, Fox can keep the raging bull from stampeding a friend or family member. Fox can use silly tactics as a brilliant camouflage move. No one could guess the sly power behind such ingenious maneuvers. And as a puppeteer, was always visible to the people, but I would become invisible to them. But many people used to say, I just didn't see you. It was like you disappeared right before our eyes, Dave. You brought those puppets out and we're doing this thing, and we just didn't see you anymore. So it works. And I've used it in other situations too. So, but um, they're asking me to reread this. Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. And so, if you're standing next to a tree and you become one with the tree, then you can become the tree. And people will just not even, they'll just will look right past you. They'll only see the tree. I'm just saying. And if you've not practiced it, you should, just for shits and giggles. But it you don't need it all the time. But when it's necessary, anyway. So I forget who is elderberry. I used to have some peppermint oil. Divided attention needed tonight. No problem, Teresa. Do what you got to do. So, Jody is next. All right. Okay, Jody, raise your hand up in the background back there. And let me have a hit of coffee while you're thinking. And I have to say this, I'm making all these kind of remarks all the time anyway, but I really mean this. Every one of you who are participating here tonight and on this channel, and participation in that in general, are having an effect on the rest of the world. You know that, don't you? Whether you're doing videos yourself, it doesn't matter. It's because your energy pattern has changed. You're working towards a different type of thing. We're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. That's why we hang out here. But also, by doing so, we are learning to share our energies that go beyond those folk who are listening to us or that we speak to. We're on the fringes of other people. So for every one of you who, accept and believe, and there are no any particulars in it, but if you accept and believe and receive, then there isn't a, there's some friends of mine who I was catching up on Facebook, and this gentleman, I used to take him, not often, but, he'd seen me do some ceremony. And I was like, but he had to really get down. Yeah, and I'm going to get to you in a second, Jody. Hang on. Sort of like a reading. Yes, Fox. But anyway, he had to find it through a church and through the, the Bible. And I don't have a problem with that. But now he's really on the armies of God and the thing. And it was like, all right, you could drop it down a peg or two, but it's okay. At least you've been saved from your evil, wicked, drunken, everything kind of ways. Go ahead and say that if that's what keeps you above ground and keeps you off the drugs and the alcohol. Go for it, because at least they have found a different path than just, heading into the earth. So anyway, if you need a religion of the Bible, use it. But I'm here to say that when you reach a certain point, it's just a tool like anything else. But the gospel is within us and the universe. So anyway, and the cards speak. And so Jody, I'm concentrating only on you. So, and y'all just hush up out there and let me, Jody, raise your hand back there. I think of this as because I used to give, instructional things about puppets and stuff, before a classroom. And it could have been, in a library or in a classroom setting. But then I'd say, okay, if you have a question, Just raise your hand. I'll get to all y'all, you know? So it's not that this is a classroom, in my opinion, but that's my vision in my head that you're all sitting out there. And uh, Jody raised his hand. So they want me to shuffle. And so when I do see, this side was aligned and now it's not. And so they will have a purpose. And then for me, whether or not the way I was holding the cards, or should I turn these around? And right now I'm like, okay, no, it goes back this way. Okay. So we'll see. But anyway, so Jody, this one's for you. Wow, there were several cards in a row there that like hmm. Interesting. 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 Um it's almost a 3B. But that seems to be the one that is like however, I got Hawk upside down, which is number 2. I got Bat, which is 42. Yeah, that's a 4-2. There were several that were like tipping the edges, and then the last card was Turkey upside right side up. Brandy, I did fly as a child, and I flew at nighttime with my I had a magic pillow. And then I learned later on that I was actually flying. I was doing astral projection as a child. So I do believe we can all fly. A child, before I knew anything at all about astral projection. So Jody, Bat, rebirth, sacred bat flew to me from the darkness of the cave. Womb-like reflections, answers it gave. Birth, death, rebirth, cycles of the whole, never ending, just eclipsed, the journey of the soul. Okay, if I can remember that, Elderberry, copy and paste it in and just add it to me in a little bit. Anyway, so steeped in the mystery of rebirth is the answer, or is the thing with that. Steeped in the mystery of the Mesoamerican tribal ritual is the legend of Bat. Akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation in Central America. Wait, akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation in Central America, Bat is the symbol of rebirth. The bat has for centuries been a treasured medicine of the Aztec, Toltec, Tulcan, and the Mayan peoples. That embraces the idea of shamanistic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in secrets and highly involved initiation rites. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiative to the old ways of life and personal identity. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called shaman is necessarily preceded by ritual death. Most of these rituals are brutally hard on the body, mind, and spirit. In light of today's standards, it can be very difficult to find a person who can take the abuse and come through it with their balance intact. The basic idea of ancient initiations was to break down all former notions of self that were held by the shaman to be. This could entail brutal tests of physical strength and psychic ability, and having every emotional button pushed hard. Taunting and spitting on the initiative was common, and taught him or her to endure the duress with humility and fortitude. The final initiation step was to be buried in the earth for 1 day and to be reborn without former ego in the morning. This ritual is very similar to the night of year practiced by natives of Turtle Island. In this ritual, the shaman to be is sent to a certain location to dig his or her grave and spend the night in the womb of Mother Earth totally alone, in the mouth of the grave covered by a blanket. Darkness and the sounds of animals prowling quickly confront the native with his or her fears. As the darkness of the grave has its place in this ritual, so does the cave of the bat. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. They want me to read that over. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. In other words, you don't get rid of it, you transform it. This is also the position that babies assume when they enter the world through the womb of the woman. They come out mostly head first. If that has appeared in your cards today, it symbolizes the need for a ritualistic death of some way of life that no longer suits your new growth pattern. This can mean a time of letting go of old habits and of assuming the position in life that prepares you for rebirth, or in some cases, initiation. In every case, that signals rebirth of some part of yourself or the death of old patterns. If you resist your destiny, it can be a long, drawn out, or even painful death. The universe is always asking you to grow and to become your future. To do this, you must die the shaman's death. Now, that's just damn interesting right there. Brandy Elderberry, Teresa. Yeah, the bat card, very interesting. And the other two that was sort of with it, the one that came first was Upside Down Hawk, but they want me to read that one next. So I'm due most of the time, I do what I'm told. Hawk, messenger of the sky, circle my dreams and teach me, the messenger as we fly. So Hawk is the messenger. Interesting that before I got the name Hawkeye, I am now a messenger. It's kind of happened backwards for me. Can y'all hold that thought a second? I smoked my last cigarette. It's taken me, I'm smoking about a half a pack a day, which is still too many. But a lot of times I'll light one and half of it's burned, and then I go, oh, well, holy crap, take 2 drags. But anyway, yeah, it is fitting, depending on, hey, Rogue Rebel, I see you there. But Hawk as a messenger is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings, observe the obvious in everything that you do. Life is sending you signals. And, I'm always harping and preaching on that. Life is the initiation. Life is the initiation. If you have pulled the hawk card, then right now, a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. The test is your ability to observe the nuance of power lurking nearby. Is power the talent you have and are not using? Are solutions always hard to find because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is it the Great Spirit displaying a gift that only you need to receive? Think about that one. Have the colors of the morning inspired you to create, or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window? There was a lot of raindrops today, by the way. Paying attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. Now, ain't that a strange sentence? To accept and receive, perceive, receive, and use your abilities. What is called for here is an intuitive ability to discern the message carried within the cry of the hawk. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness and asks you to seek the truth. The ancients recognized this magnificent bird of prey as a messenger, bringing tidings to their earth walk. The good red road from the world of their grandfathers and grandmothers who lived before them. If Hawk were to magically cry, it was a sign to beware or be aware. This could mark the coming of a warring tribe, the birth of a child, or the celebration of counting coup. Hawk's cry signaled the need for the beholder to heighten awareness and receive a message. Hawk medicine is a totem that is filled with responsibility because Hawk people see the overall view. Hawk is not like Mouse, who sees everything through a magnifying glass. Hawk medicine people are aware of omens, messages from the spirit, and the color of the calling card you gave them 3 months ago. No detail slips them by unnoticed. Might get forgotten, but that's true. If Hawk is circled and landed in your card spread, you are to be aware of signals in your life. So notice and receive them. Hawk may be teaching you to grab an opportunity which is coming your way. On the other hand, Hawk may be bringing you the message that you should circle over your life and examine it from a higher perspective. They're saying, read that part again. On the other hand, Hawk may be bringing you the message that you should circle over your life, like Hawks do, circle and look down on your life and whatever, and examine it from a higher perspective. From this vantage point, you may be able to discern the hazards which bar you from the freedom of flight. Remember, Hawk has a keen eye and a bold heart, for Hawk flies close to the light of grandfather sun. Now, it was upside down. If you've drawn this card reversed, it may be because you have shut down your powers of observation on some level. If something in your life has become too painful to feel, too unbearable to hear, or too dark to see, it is time to examine the point at which you chose to let yourself become emotionally involved and to no longer be the observer. How many times have I talked about this? But this is it's good for all of us. But this message in this, um, it is time to examine the point at which you chose to let yourself become emotionally involved and to no longer be the observer. Now, this can be any situation. It's like the mask syndrome. It's the, the shot or not to, and, oh, we're the bad guys. I'm just saying, it entails all kinds of things. But um, when we allow ourselves to become emotionally involved, and that's what I did with the earthquakes and things, I was so emotionally charged to every time that little bell went off that there was an earthquake or something, and that was just not necessary. But that's just a good example, because somehow I became emotionally involved. When you allow your emotions to override your perceptions, the message from Hawk cannot penetrate the chaos and confusion. So for me, it was exactly the same thing, even though I didn't know it at the time, and me being the Hawk person, was that I was allowing these things to create chaos and confusion. So when I quit becoming so emotionally attached to these things, I still look, right? But now the message from Hawk can penetrate. At this point, you are asked to be mindful of the honest observer's neutral position, which allows the message to be intuitively and clearly understood without emotion coloring its true meaning. So if you get a message in, don't try to, put yourself into it with any emotion. You have to stand still and just look at it. Emotional coloring is a tendency of hawk medicine people when they are off balance. Their emotions cloud their vision and lead to a crash landing. The ego can clip the wings and leave Hawk grounded. Also, if Hawk believes that those who cannot fly the same way he or she does, that they have weaker perceptions, then the winged messenger has not understood his or her own medicine. If Hawk believes that those who cannot fly the same way that they do, that those who cannot fly, they have weaker perceptions. So you look around and you say, well, you make this judgment call that other people aren't as strong as you, kind of thing. Anyway, freedom of flight is a privilege, and being a messenger is an honor. I would agree to that. The responsibility for the delivery of the message is up to you. Take your flight and forget about interpreting the omen your own way. It's true. You got to keep your emotions out. Let the receiver decide what the message means. After all, unless it is sent specifically for you, you would be tampering. After all, unless it is sent specifically for you, you would be tampering. In other words, if I try to tell you what it means, now I will go over a section, but I ain't trying to tell you this is what it means for you. But they do say, listen to this. So, Hawk in the contrary position teaches you to open up the powers of observation. Number two, not to tell others how to think or behave. That was a hard lesson for me. Number three, to take care of your own emotional baggage before you begin receiving omens, visions, or messages. So, people who want to do these things and they want to look into the future and all this stuff, a lot of times they got so much stuff, so much baggage, that if they did get an omen or a vision, it's being clouded by things they haven't dealt with. I'm a good example. To remember that all gifts are equal in the eyes of the Great Spirit. So, anyway, whether that was just for, who did I read that for? Doug? Or no, Jody. But they say the bat is really important, but the upside down hawk is sort of for everybody. But it is so true, though, in observation. It was interesting also early about the fox. Yeah, it was for Jody. Okay, so I forgot who's next in line. So Elderberry, please put out the next one. Cherry is next. All right, Cherry. I'm going to light the cigarette and take a couple of drags and think on this. So whatever it is, close your eyes and raise your hand. I have a friend here that needs a card for her. Okay, Travis. I got to have some more of this coffee here. I drink cold coffee a lot, but when there's a fresh pot made and it's, there's something about it when it's, that way. Okay, so to the point of things, I don't know why you guys want me to shuffle them like this, because I'm gonna rifle through them anyway. But it's so odd that I don't shuffle them the same way every time, and it's curious to me. Uh, cherry, cherry, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With little bells and cockle shells and pretty maids all in a row. That was interesting. They made me pick a card and not look at it and then turn the deck over. Sometimes I don't get the request of what I'm doing. I just have to. It's not that I'm following orders, but I follow the order of things. So I'm sorry, Travis. Um, breathe deep. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Crying lets out a lot of emotions, but too much crying is literally bad for the system. But take a deep breath. Whatever it is, it will still be there after you take a deep breath. Hey, Jay Lynn, how are you? Um, First thing I notice, yeah, and blow out the pain. Bring it, breathe in through your nose and out, hold it for a couple of seconds and then out through your mouth. So, Cherry, this card's for you. Very interesting. The first card they made me choose was Owl and not turn it over, but they made me turn over the spider upside down. So we all know that Owl is messenger. So there's a message coming from Owl, something about spider and what it has to do. So let me. It's a cheating way, but prayers to the universe. I'm lighting some sage because Nance needs some calming. So, although I don't feel uncalm myself, I'm lighting some sage in her honor to help her to calm, and maybe it will work. And with all of our prayers as well. So, spider, give me a second here. I'm cheating. I'm lighting it with a lighter. May Nance feel a calming. May all of you spirits bless these readings for all of these kind people. I thank you to the universe. I thank all of these delightful people who come and visit. I thank you for the ability to read these cards and give them. So, with that said, let me read Spider. Oops, I dropped that book. You're welcome, Travis. Spider's number 43, which is interesting because I just read 42 a minute ago. It's just interesting that that shows up sometimes in some kind of um, numbering order. Spider is weaving. Spider, weaving webs of delight. Weave me a peaceful world, carrying creation in your web, waiting to be unfurled. Spider wove the web that brought humans the first picture of the alphabet. The letters were part of the angles of her web. Deer asked Spider what she was weaving and why all the lines looked like symbols. Spider replied, "Why, dear, it's time for Earth's children to learn to make records of their own progress in their Earth walk." Deer answered the Spider, "But they already have pictures that show through their symbols the stories of their experiences," said Deer. "Yes," Spider said, "but Earth's children are growing more complex, and their future generations will need to know more. The ones to come won't remember how to read the petroglyphs." So it was that Spider wove the first primordial alphabet. As she had woven the dream of the world that had become manifest. Spider's dream of the physical world had come to fruition millions of years before. Now, understand this. Native peoples understood this millions of years before, okay? Spider's body is made like the number 8, consisting of 2 lobe-like parts connected at the waist and 8 legs. Spider is a symbol for the infinite possibilities of creation. Her 8 legs represent the 4 winds of change and the 4 directions on the medicine wheel. Spider weaves the webs of fate for those who get caught in her web and become her dinner. This is similar to humans who get caught in the web of illusion in the physical world and never see beyond the horizon into other dimensions. Now, interestingly enough, Al is in this, so there is the messenger. Spider's body is made. Spider weaves the webs of fate. This is similar to humans. Okay, I read that. But in Eagle, we pulled the card a couple of days ago, and it also came in sort of as an in between card, but that we should always look towards the horizon and not just what's before us. So, but anyway, the web of fate also represents a wheel of life, which does not include any alternatives or solutions. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. I'm always saying that. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our fears and our limitations. We get caught in the web. Spider is the female energy of the creative force that weaves the beautiful designs of life. Her web has hundreds of intricate patterns which catch the morning dew and evening showers as well. If Spider is dropped from her web into your cards today, she may be telling you to create, 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 create. Look for new alternatives to your present impasse. She can also be warning you that you are becoming too close to an entangled situation. Spider could be asking you to use a journal to write out and review your progress. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. That's interesting. If you write things down, and I don't write as much as I used to, but if you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you becoming a bit too involved in the weaving of your life plans to notice opportunity at the outskirts of your web. If this is the case, Spider gets your attention so that you notice that something you have woven has borne fruit. Congratulations. Spider caught you just in time before you missed the opportunity on the edge of your web or your reality. This most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being. Listen to this. You are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. That's for all of us, but do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. Now, it was upside down. The contrary aspect of Spider is akin to the negative side of woman. What? Spider will eat her mate if she gets too caught up in herself to see the validity of honoring male energy. That's interesting. The warrior at her side is a strong balancing force. If you become disdainful of your male or female, in other words, your mate, and you have felt very superior recently, you are not honoring either your male or female side. If you are not presently in a relationship, you may have chosen a member of your family or a workmate to harass. This negative criticism only breaks down relations and is a reflection of something you hate about yourself. If you are trying to find If you are trying to feed your ego in this manner, you have lost the game. If you are entangled in the web of your own illusion about who you really are, it may be time to look at why you are being critical and why you are feeling so weak does not apply to your situation. Take a look at another message that contrary spider medicine brings: lack of creativity. If you fail to use your talents to get the web spinning, your lack of creativity can change into destructiveness. If you are feeling stagnant and unable to move in a positive direction, you may come to resent others who are doing well. This resentment will become a black widow spider, and eat you up, and the only one to mourn your demise will be you. Get moving, find joy and new ideas in the accomplishments of others, and use them to propel you into a new phase of creative spinning on your own web of delight. Observe Spider's web and find pleasure in the ideas you receive from her universal language. It says, get moving, find joy and new ideas in the accomplishments of others, and use them to propel you into a new phase of creative spinning on your own web of delight. They wanted me to read that part over again. So anyway, I forgot who that was to. Was that Cherry that I read that for? Um, anyway, I know that there are many of us. Who's next? Hey, Free Flow. And did I miss anybody else? Delaney, you're still here. I know, Delaney, aren't you coming up? Elderberry, who's next? If Delaney ain't the next one, she ought to be close. Hey, Chloe. Yes, Yes, what, Elderberry? It is Delaney's turn. Okay, Miss Delaney. You know, I swear, Miss Pearl, and I hope you don't mind me calling you that. I mean it in the greatest of honor. I knew a lady we called Miss Pearl, and she was a delightful black woman. And I've not ever met you that I know of, but I in my our conversations and stuff and things, I feel like I've known you. So to Miss Pearl, you know that I say that with deep honor and respect. So and it gives me great joy to be able to call you Pearl. I think that's great too. They made me turn the cards around. Okay. So, Miss Delaney, Miss Pearl, thank you, Miss Delaney. Now, I have pulled as a second card Eagle twice tonight. Just saying. But your card is Whale, number 41. So at the end of all this, yeah, happy birthday. Uh, and Minnie Pearl. Yes, she used to always wear the hats. Yes, Minnie Pearl. Yeah, but that's not who I was thinking of when I call you Pearl. But she's on my mind too. So Whale, but Eagles popped up twice already tonight. Whale is number 41, and I remember that Whale is the keeper of hats with a price tag. Absolutely, Whale is the record keeper. Let me take a quick pause for the cause. It's 2:04 a.m. I'm a little early on my 2:20, but anyway. From SpongeBob is named Pearl. Yeah, we all hope you've had a positive day on your birthday. So, and that continued healing will come your way. So, Whale is the record keeper. The poem is Whale of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. So, Whale is the record keeper. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Now, here we go to the ancients and the ET. And it kind of goes back to that Star Trek episode where they had to go back in time to get a pair of whales and bring them to the future. So, but anyway, the idea though that the idea of whale, okay, biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales' move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland, Mu, and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west, beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, North America, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Now, that sounds like the apocalypse to me, but anyway. Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up memories of the ancient knowledge. They want me to repeat that. That sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. They are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and high frequencies. They are usually also physically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of Great Spirit and have no idea of how or why they know what they know. Only later, when they receive confirmation, do they begin to understand how they know or why they receive the impressions. Now, whale is not my card, but I get this in my journey as a shaman in training. Whale medicine teaches us to use the sound and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. To recall why the shaman drums bring healing and peace is to try to align with whale's medicine. The drum is a universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. The drum is the universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. I think that's, in hanging out with y'all, I think we have touched our hearts, and I feel that. Before the advent of speech and the primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. If you pulled the whale card, you were being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique cry or call. Find yours. In other words, dogs have barks, birds have caws. We don't have our own music, our own sound. Find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Whale signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and of finding the sounds that will release those records. You may never be the same again. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. I'm always talking about paying attention and listening, but whale medicine or not, this is good info. And using your voice to open up your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your personal sound. As you open to this uniqueness, the animals that are your nine totems may then send you their sounds or calls to you or through you. This will open your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's history and commune with Whale, who carries the history of us all. Now, the card is upside down. If Whale has beached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or homing device. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to complain the power of your chosen destiny. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get to your own personal records. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. The drum or rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help. The call of whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead you to your personal pathway of knowing. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. In hearing whales call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then, as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you will begin to open up your unique library of records. It may not come all at once. It may take practice, but if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the whale song. Now, that's just interesting. So there are reasons for all kinds of stuff, right, Delaney? So that was your upside down. And I'm just going to read a moment or two of Eagle because we've been through Eagle several times, but it showed up twice again tonight. And Eagle is spirit. And it is the power of the great spirit and the connection to the divine. So Eagle has been showing up tonight to like um and Teresa, all sounds are necessary. Just saying. Mark Zuckerberg loves you. Eagles for everyone, yeah. But it is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness. Eagle is close to the heavens where the Great Spirit dwells. Within the belief system of Native American tribes, Eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the test of initiation, which result in the taking of one's own power. If you have pulled this symbol, Eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage. For the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul, personality, emotions, or psyche that need bolstering or refinement. And I'm adding or balance, which means bolstering. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden yourself, I'm sorry, to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. So, in learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. They had me read this part because but anyway, but Eagles come up several times, and Delaney, that was also for you. It was the backup card for whale. So anyway, so elderberry, have I missed anybody? Yeah, it's almost 2:20. So I'm putting these cards back up and doing a little shuffling and jiving. Yeah, purple hearts. Thank you. There are many times that I question Brandy is next. Okay, Brandy, get in that frame of mind for a second. But all right, this one's for you, Brandy. I'm shuffling down here, but I am. Oh, you're welcome, Michelle. For whatever it is that I'm supposed to be here, I accept my my destiny, if you will. Hey, robed. And I should say, what a fine wine she would be. Is that it, Elderberry? Brandy? I, I think I caught you somewhere in the middle of the song. Okay, that 30 seconds, close your eyes, raise your hand. All right, this is for Brandy. Now, do I need to turn the deck? I did the shuffle thing. Do I need to turn the deck around? And no, they wouldn't mean to turn the deck around. Okay, for whatever reason. All right, so shuffle, shuffle. There are times when I have to like literally feather through every card. And then there are times where they just make me go to the bottom of the deck as I'm holding them. And, none of the other cards matter. It's just like, Susie Q, how you doing? Okay, I'll get to you. We're going. I've accepted my destiny to be here. Also, I tried to kill myself. Delaney, I tried for years to kill myself, and then I went to the woods and the spirits killed me. And I did the 3 days on the river routine. Literally, kind of, sort of. It was too hot to cover up, but laying in a ditch. So I was next to Mother Earth, and also, but anyway, so I have died the shaman's death, if you will, and not necessarily like it was described in the card. Hey, Susie Q. So anyway, yeah, gummit, Brandy, this card's for you. Number 16, Raven. Here we go. Number 16. Magic. Now, they had me pull this other card, but it was next to it, but somehow there's just something about squirrel that is slightly attached to Raven. All right, so it's 220. So here, time to hit one. How many more after? Not that I care, Elderberry. There can't be too many in now. I'm not bragging, but here recently, there's been some really good readings. I mean, the cards that have come up have just been like, there are 5 more. Okay, yeah. When I got on to Facebook tonight, it was like some people, thought that, my demise kind of thing because they hadn't heard from me. And it's like, I'm, for as much as I've been through and has gone around, accepted, rejected, I'm still learning, I'm still here. I'm still kicking, and anyway, joy to the world. Right, Brandy. So all the boys and girls, joy to the fishes and the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Now everybody sing joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Susie, if you'll stay up with me, I'll do a card for you, however it turns out. Anyway, Alex, Ed, Chloe, Nancy, and David Castle. Toe tapping. Joy to the fishes and the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Everybody now. Yes, Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Down, down, down. Was a good friend of mine. Anyway, drink some of his wine. Joy to the world, all you boys and girls. Oh, is that where the refrain is from? Is Jeremiah was a bullfrog? Oh, I'm so glad that we're all here. Period. You know, for each one of us, some of us more recently than others are going through trials, tribulations, addictions, depressions, and it's an ongoing thing, right? For me too, as well. Not that I have been addicted to certain things, but anyway, let's get to number 16, to Raven. All right. Always had some mighty fine wine. It was not much, Michelle. I just saying hi to folks and doing an update, Michelle. Y'all get more info on here than I do. But anyway, one more for the road. Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Anyway, got the music playing in my head tonight. Raven, black as pitch, mystical as the moon. Speak to me of magic. I will fly with you soon. Magic. Throughout time, Raven has carried the medicine of magic. This has been true in many cultures across the planet. It is sacred in the medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. Now, this card, they made me turn the deck around and, oh, stop. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music. Now, hush now. If the magic, let's see, it is sacred in the medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. Well, this card's for you too, Michelle. If the magic is bad medicine, the carrier may be honored out of fear rather than of respect. Those who fear Raven may do so because they have been dabbling in areas which they had no knowledge, and a smell could have backfired on them too, but a spell may have backfired on them. Rather than analyzing the dark side of sorcery, realize that you will fear Raven only if you need to learn about your inner fears or self created demons. Interesting. And I know that, at least I hope none of y'all are dabbling in that other side of stuff, but now is not the time with all these energies to be dabbling in another area. Just warn you. People who do the forward looking thingy, that's okay, but folks who are trying to channel other individuals need to stop that. Okay. Anyway, because that's Raven, only if you need to learn about your inner fears or self-created demons. So by trying to do these things and read other entities and all this other stuff, that's a self-created demon. Raven magic is a powerful medicine that can give you the courage to enter the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet in form. So one could say that it's the future. The void is called the Great Mystery. The Great Mystery existed before all other things came into being. Great Spirit lives inside the void and emerged from the Great Mystery. Raven is the messenger of the void. If Raven appears in your spread, pooey, you are about to experience a change in consciousness. This may involve walking inside the great mystery on another path at the edge of time. It would portend a signal brought by the raven that says, "You have earned the right to see and experience a little more of life's magic." Raven's color is the color of the void, the black hole in space that holds all the energy of the creative source. In native teachings, the color blacks means many things, but it does not mean evil. Black can mean the seeking of answers, the void, or the road of the spiritual or the non physical. The blue black of Raven contains an iridescence that speaks of the magic of darkness and a changeability of form and shape that brings an awareness and an awakening in the process. Raven is the guardian of ceremonial magic and in absentia healing. In other words, if Raven isn't sitting on your shoulder, Raven's there. If you had a feather, we're using Raven medicine in absentia. It's absent, but it's still there for the healing. In any healing circle, Raven is present. Raven guides the magic of healing and the change in consciousness that will bring about a new reality and dispel the dis-ease or illness. Raven brings in the new state of wellness from the void of the great mystery. Raven brings in the new state of wellness. Think about that. From the void of the great mystery and the field of plenty. Now, it may not come in money, it may come in energy, it may come in insight, it may come, but it's bringing you a new state of wellness from the void. Raven is a messenger that carries all energy flows of ceremonial magic between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. For instance, if a ceremony is being performed to send energy to a disaster area where people need courage and strength, Raven would be the courier for that energy flow. The intention could be to allow the people of the devastated area to feel the concern and support of the participants in the ceremony. If you have chosen, now, the intention could be to allow the people of the devastated area to feel the concern and support of the participants in the ceremony. Now, the fact that you and we're all here, is in of itself. So, because our hearts and our concerns and how we feel and so forth. So, we are participants in this ceremony and discussion of the cards tonight. You asked me to pull a card for you. I did. So you're participating. Anyway, um, so to have Raven show up for one person or for all of us in general is that then we think about the Raven and say, well, then our prayers go out to these people. Raven has come to all of us, not to just one person. I haven't, Teresa. If you have chosen, let's see. If you have chosen Raven, magic is in the air. Do not try to figure it out. You cannot. It is the power of the unknown at work, and something special is about to happen. The deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond to the sparkling synchronicity of this alchemical moment. Now, we're supposed to get hit by a really serious CME kind of thing here within the next 24 hours. Be interesting to see what Schumann and everything does and whether the hair on our arms stand up. Just saying. Um, the deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond to the sparkling synchronicity of this alchemical moment. Will you recognize it and use it to further enhance your growth? Can you accept it as a gift from the Great Spirit? Or will you limit the power of the great mystery by trying to explain it away? Well, I got this feeling because, there was a CME or there was a spike. Maybe the the great mystery is sending you a message. It may be synchronicity with earth events, but the message may just be for you. I'm just saying, because they're saying, or will you limit the power of the great mystery by explaining it away? So if this wave comes upon you, don't try to put it to, just say thank you to the universe. Well, it was this or it was that. Stop it. Don't do that. Okay. To whoever this may be, I forgot who this card was for. Anyway, but this is good for all of us. Anyway, it may be time to call Raven as a courier to carry an intention, some healing energy, a thought, or a message. Raven is the patron of smoke signals or spirit messages represented by smoke. If so, you want to send a message to the Blue Road of Spirit in order to contact the ancients, call Raven. Or who knows, the ancients may be calling you. Remember, this magic moment came from the void of darkness, and the challenge is to bring it to light. In doing so, you will have honored the magic within you, and the magic in the universe. Brandy is the recipient of this medicine. So they want me to read this section back to you, and I thought it was Brandy. If you have chosen Raven, magic is in the air. Do not try to figure it out. You cannot. It is the power of the unknown at work, and something special is about to happen. The deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond. Okay, so they wanted me to read that section back over to you. And they won't let me go without touching base with Squirrel, because Squirrel was sort of a, yeah. And they said, no, Squirrel is with Raven, but Raven was the most. So here's a sort of a part two for you, Brandy. Squirrel, you have gathered nuts by the score. See, all those nutty people in here tonight, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take no more than I need, trusting great mystery to harvest the seed. Now, great mystery came up right away, and that was sort of one of the things that was prominent in Raven card. Squirrel teaches you to plan ahead. It's in the gathering. So this could be an information gathering, okay, or feelings or something. But anyway, when the trees are bare, squirrel medicine can come to you in many forms, as this furry creature is very diverse in nature, and it was straight up. Uh, the erratic behavior of squirrel, because they run around the trees and stuff, can be so nerve-wracking if you're dealing with persons who have squirrel medicine. Trying to calm them down is enough to accomplish something, and this doesn't have the gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. And they're telling me that this paragraph is what is attached to Raven. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be a judgment, an opinion, a savings account, candles, or extra food. To put it in a nutshell, Squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom. Always be prepared. If Squirrel is scurried into your cards today, it may be that you are being told to honor your future by readying yourself for change. And Raven said that. The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. That's emotional, spiritual, physical. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressures, stresses, or gadgets that have been broken for years. In understanding the balance involved in gathering, you need to look at the idea of Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. It has to do with the safe place in which you put your gatherings. The safe place is an untroubled heart and mind, and that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. They want me to read this part again. It has to do with the safe place in which you put your gatherings. So in the emotional, spiritual, spirit, it has to do with this safe place is an untroubled heart and mind, and that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. The energies gathered will set your mind and heart free so that you will know that all will be taken care of at its own time. Apply this to your fears about the future and they will vanish. Now I understand why they threw the squirrel card, because it is absolutely um, attached to Raven. So, but anyway, I for all right, Elderberry. I'm back on looking at the chat again. That was an interesting two card. They really went together. And Squirrel was the second. But anyway, while you're telling me, I guess we're still live. Alex is next. That thank you. That's what I was thinking. So Alex, just give me a second. And Brandy, that was a twofer, right? That was the last one. Yeah, that. But again, I see this as that for the Raven, it's a message that, spirit things, and if we open up ourselves, then to the void, and listen, that's the future calling, and what has not yet. And then the squirrel, gathering what we need and discarding that which we don't anymore. Um, Andrea, hi from the Czech Republic. Well, hi from South Georgia, and which is there's a Georgia up there, but this is South Georgia in the U.S. Pleased to see you. Greetings and blessings. We hope you are well and wherever you are at. Okay, thanks, Elderberry. Um, I don't think I've seen Andrea in here before. It's good to see you. Good to meet you. And we have some crazy times in here. So Alex is next. Alex out there. Um, oh, you're absolutely welcome. These are some fine folks that come in here and hang out with me. And to all newcomers, you're welcome. You can pretty much say what's on your mind as long as you're respectful with others, and we will be respectful to you. If not, I'll get onto your butt and say, "Hey, now there's no need in that." But yeah, hang out with us, and you know, many of us who sit in here, well, we do have some crazy times, Michelle. We absolutely do. And I'm fixing to have a crazy time. I'm going to fill my bowl back up, which has gone out. And oh, Alex, there you are. This next one's for you. Okay, I wanted to know if you were like in the house, and because I wanted to be able to go, okay, Alex, this one's for you. Kind of get a visual thingy going on there, mentally. I honest to God don't know how I do what I do. I really don't. I just, but I'm grateful and thankful, and you all give me the courage to continue on this journey and this path, and to share in my learning, because I am a shaman in training still. One of my friends the other day, I was like, I probably repeat certain things all the time to the point where folks just say, man, Dave's got this preachy attitude about him. Well, I gotta say, there are times when I talk about things like our connection with the spirit world, and our connection with the animal world, and our connection with nature and the nature of things. And But every time something spiritual comes back around, it always there's some kind of nature, kind of something in there anyway. You're welcome, Brandy. Absolutely, welcome. And we can sit and have coffee and share, and sometimes I put sometimes I put people to sleep. Like Teresa's probably asleep by now. She's listening. I'm, I'm teasing, but that's the fun part about it. I don't think if I've ever hurt anybody's feelings by something I've said, but I try not to. But if we've had some type of little bit of Teresa, yeah. See, I've talked to her on the phone many times, and we've had so she knows I would say something like that, and it's a tiny little dig because she's often said I fell asleep last night listening to your show. So I can make those kinds of remarks, and it barely see. So we can joke around here, but for God knows that there ain't nothing you know mean mean by it. We all make fun of each other a little bit of ways, so and it's great. No, low. Crap. This is yeah. Thank you, Teresa, and everybody. I could do this or whatever, but it's so much more fun to have you all hanging out, whether you fall asleep or not, which is a good thing. Oh well, he rock me, baby, all night long. Thank you, Elderberry, Alex. You knew what I was thinking. See, we have this synchronicity that's already here. And sometimes we finish each other's we finish each other's sentences or thoughts or things, and sometimes the synchronicity is like beyond, like, did that really happen? The answer is yeah. you know we all witness it together, kind of thing, but I love it about that. So in this particular, Alex, yep, absolutely, David Castle. Telepathic connections. And that's what I've been trying to explain. Each of us being spiritual beings, when we just accept that and try not to overthink it, then we are always connected in the universe. Always. It's not once in a while. No, we're always connected. I know here recently, the more folks that have, and I find it amazingly humorous in that the more of you that are out there, the more buzzing goes on in my head. Which I am finding is to be a good thing. But because for each of us who have connected, there are times like, I don't know, who the hell what's that got to do with something? And later on, something will come up. Um, anyway, but Elderberry, yeah, yeah, if anybody's got ill intentions that come in here, David Castle, we will kindly um, try to soften them up, or at least, you know, maybe they won't feel comfortable. But everyone is invited. Anyone can stay. I've made that even when a little while back, some of us remember somebody was trying to do a thing, and I didn't want to kick him out. I wanted to do the Shinga Kadita, kill them with kindness, and not win them over, but just you can still have an opinion here, and you can still be a part of the group, and we will still love you anyway, regardless. But telling us and yelling at us and that we're wrong in our opinions, with that's just you know here your opinion is yours, and we share it, discuss it. Eagle has showed up again on the bottom of the deck. Anyway, So, Alex, this is for you. Give me that 30 seconds with your eyes closed, please. I know this is a delayed moment before I see it in the thing. So, that's interesting. Nope. Okay. If you notice tonight, I haven't been reading. If a card's straight up, I haven't read the contrary. Because tonight they told me if a card comes straight up, they're not to necessarily waste time on the contrary, but stick with the straight up. And it saves time also because sometimes it gets quite lengthy. So if any of you have kind of wondered, that's interesting. And this is for you, Alex, right? They won't let me stop shuffling or scanning. Interesting. Two upside down. And it's mouse and the grouse. Now, how about that for I had a friend of mine on Facebook who is from Romania. Not that that has anything to do with it, Andrea, but it's closer in the neighborhood than we are. We're across the pond. But we've got folks in the UK. We've got friends in the down under. And I want to say there's somebody from possibly Germany kind of area. So you're absolutely always welcome. So, Alex, these two are for you, mouse and grouse, but they're asking me to read the grouse first because mouse usually means that we look at things up close with our whiskers, and it's um, you know we look so, and being upside down, it means that we're looking so closely at something right in hand that we're not seeing anything else. Now, I don't believe I have ever read Grouse. I think this is uh, a brand new read of a card that's been in the deck for how long have I been doing this now? It's number 34. And I do not believe I have, wow, I don't believe I've ever read this one. So here it is for all y'all. But Alex, this one is for you. Grouse is sacred spiral. Grouse of the sacred spiral, leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Interesting that the card before that, the cards before were the oneness of Fox, that we learn, to when you learn the oneness, you learn the camouflage and you become anyway. So, Sacred Spiral. I've never read this before. This is all the years I've had these cards, never been to the grouse. Grouse once flocked in abundance throughout North America. That's true. But now, even on the plains where the birds were so plentiful, there is an absence of them. I've talked about quail being gone around here. Now, this book was written, in '84 kind of thing. So this is an old book, but it's even true. It's worse now. But anyway, many Plains Indians tribe dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. Wow. And so is that why I made that thing the way I did? Anyway, that was a, sorry, let me go back. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool, yeah, or even a tornado. For the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Let me read that part again. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiates on the vision quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. Whirling dervishes of the certain Sufi orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of this sacred movement. I absolutely agree, and having danced like that. It is said that dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical power they choose. Now, I have read this before because I remember this part. So, um, in the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communication with the creator. By spinning clockwise or counterclockwise with the creator, well, I'm sorry, by spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through the ritual treatment of motion. I just got to say, there are times when you just want to go clockwise, and there are times when you can't go clockwise, you must go counterclockwise. Personally, if you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. They want me to read that again. Undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. In other words, kids over here jumping around, parents, there's work, there's this, there's church, whatever it may be. So these are movement in your world because there's energy in it anyway. So begin by visualizing the sun as one member of a huge group of stars swirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Then draw yourself out of this pinwheel of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA double helix. An arrangement similar to a rope ladder coiled like a corkscrew. Analyze the way you move through your world. Do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? They want me to read that again. What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? I'm not saying it's bad, but we think we may doing something right when actually we may be overdoing it or underdoing it, or anyway. What words would you use to describe the way you move through both the material and spiritual worlds? In the final analysis, is your movement compatible with your greatest desires and your personal goals? Spiritually, whatever. Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life. Grouse medicine, however, is an invitation to the dance. Grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers this dance to you as a gift. You can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth's cycles and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. Now, it's upside down. So, drawing the grouse medicine in the reverse position signals a dissipation of energy and lack of control and discipline. It is symbolic of a lost connection to the source and signifies a lack of clear intent behind an outpouring of energy. Now, that's interesting. They're asking me to read this part over. It is symbolic of a lost connection to the source and signifies a lack of clear intent behind an outpouring of energy. So, in other words, you may be sending energy and something, and it may be just that there's no real intent to it. It's just going out there. I'm going to send all this energy to the universe. Yeah, okay, but is there any intent or a purpose behind it? Anyway, that's what they're asking me to ask out. You may feel like you're in a tailspin or going down the drain. So, thus the spiraling. Confront confusion either in yourself or in others who may be in the picture. Examine the way of your energy may be causing friction, sparks, or a convolution of a situation that needs clarification. In other words, I used to get into certain circumstances, and it was the way my energy was going in a negative for whatever reason. And other people was like, "Oh, he's mean and mad all the time." When you sometimes all you need to do is clarify. Like, no, it may seem like it's negative, or it may seem, but so it's clarifying. To confront the confusion either in yourself or in others who may be in the picture. Examine the way your energy may be causing friction. Work towards harnessing your energy and directing it towards clarified, clearly defined goals, such as the nature of the sacred grouse dance. So you may have a lot of good energy, but it may be dissipating or just so. Anyway, work towards harnessing your energy and directing it towards clearly defined goals. It doesn't mean that you don't have energy but anyway, so that's the message. And using this tool to right contrary grouse, you may also find that it is a tool to center or ground you. In grounding, you are once again connecting to Mother Earth and balancing out of the spinning in your head. If you become so involved with an idea or a problem that you no longer see it clearly, you may feel dizzy or lacking in concentration. This is a sign that you have entered the thought universe and are not connected with the physical reality. You need grounding if this occurs. Dancing or walking will put you back in touch with the earth in your body. Grouse may teach you how to notice the energy flows that put you in harmony and balance with your body, mind, and your spirit. So anyway, there you go. But now the mouse is number 20, and there's a message in the upside down mouse. But mouse that basically, always sees things with its whiskers, always up close. It's scrutiny. So I'll read the poem and then I'm going to go straight to the upside down. Mouse, if you could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight and true to its purpose. It has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, that is both a great power and a great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every detail, little thing into pieces. Um, so called civilization is highly complex, which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that may appear insignificant to others may take on enormous importance to mouse. The chief tells us that without mouse medicine, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, the contrary is that Mouse may be telling you that you are spending too much time with matters of great consequence when you should be paying a ticket or sweeping the house. You may have let yourself become slovenly, you may have developed a disdain for authority or order, and you may be procrastinating about something that needs immediate attention. Bring mouse medicine to your life's chaos, and you will soon have everything uh, tidy and shipshape. Another message of mouse reverse may be that you are pipe dreaming about your own importance in life. Are you wondering why you have not been nominated for the Academy Awards? You can't be recognized if you're not taking care of life's details and walking in humility. Remember that all good things come to those willing to work towards wholeness. Little Mouse needs to see the big picture, but only assimilate the information the picture gives a little at a time. In other words, you can be overwhelmed. Um, Expansiveness can be overwhelming if you forget to take it step by step. Confusion is a product of too much too soon. Little Mouse can conquer any task by using scrutiny. Slow down and write the contrary medicine. Stop chasing your tail or being confused by the maze and start observing the details of your personal pathway. So, okay, um, whoever is next in line, Elderberry, you're my go to person. Hey, Deborah. Pleasantly surprised. We always do 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 hours, but welcome, welcome. So that was interesting. I have read Grouse before uh, about the that energy doing the dance in the spiral. Now there are a lot of woo. It's a Fibonacci. Okay, um, but in the spiral, so in the spiral, you go down in, and then that same energy comes back out. Did it make any sense at all, Alex? Not trying to pry. What'd you do, Elder Better? Get it wrong? It's not Ed next? Come on down. Yeah, and you're the next contestant, and the price is right. A horse is a horse, of course, but who can talk to a horse, of course, unless the horse is the famous Mr. Ed. He'll go yakety yak and talk the day away. A horse is a horse, of course. Sorry, Ed. That was, like, you know, I couldn't, I couldn't think of any other song that had an Ed in it or reminded me of an Ed. All right. All right. They want it this way. Okay, Ed, close your eyes, the 30-second thing, hold your hand up. This card's for Ed. Whatever is said, I got the music in me. 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 I've got the music in me. I've got the music in me. I'm in the neighborhood. I got the music in me. I got my eyes closed so I can't see what's going on in the. There's a card seems to be. No, but ain't that one. This one is a number two card or something. We'll see. It's interesting. I had to go weed that one out. Ooh, the owl card twice tonight. You ain't gonna believe this. I pulled mouse and the owl, and I shuffled them. Okay, I turned them around. Now the mouse is straight up, but I just read the mouse in screw. It's about scrutiny. But owl was upside down one time before, but it has popped back up. And it is so now I'm going to read the owl because somehow scrutiny and the owl need to go hand in hand with that. So no, that's just damned interesting. I mean, I shuffled them good and even did the so they're instead of when I turned the deck, they were both upside down and now they're right side up. Just saying. You'll eat yourself. Let's see. Number 21 is Owl, and I need to read that one first, but it will tie into, and guess what? Mouse is number 20 and Owl is 21. They're side by side in the book. And I went digging for the Owl card. I mean, I went digging for the Owl card. Deception. Ooh, number 21. Owl, magic omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. Owl magic is symbolically associated with clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, yep. Astral projection and magic, both black and white. Owl is called night eagle. Now, I pulled the eagle card as a backup card here, right? On several medicine wheels used by Amerindian teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Not only can owl see in the dark, it can also accurately pinpoint and identify its prey. Owls are the night hunters. It's their great advantage when seeking food. Some native folks are fearful of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it gets its back and talons with strikes. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers and witches. If owl is your medicine, you will be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts. You should resist that temptation to practice black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or being. Now, I know you all understand this, but this bears repeating for you can repeat this to other people. Resist any temptation to practice any art that takes energy away from another person or being or tries to force it on another being. If you have owl medicine, these night birds will have a tendency to collect around you. I heard one earlier during this while I was doing this. These night birds will have a tendency to collect you even in daytime. Is it any wonder that in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom? That is because owl can see that which others cannot see. They want me to repeat that. This is because owls can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. Where others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is there. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder, which revealed unseen truths to her. Al had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth as opposed to only a half truth. If Al is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they're doing. You may be a little frightening to be around if other people have ulterior motives, which you can see right through. If you are unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities for granted. Others never do. You may be frightened them and reflect their blindness. So for you cannot be fooled. Our medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than that person knows about him or herself. And for those folks who develop this type of owl medicine, we must be careful in how we respond to folks, just as that's part of the learning. If you pull the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams and or meditations. Pay attention to the signals and the omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. Now, Mouse, like I said, I just read Mouse, but remember, Mouse is about scrutiny. So the ending of this is pay attention to the signals and omens. And Mouse is saying to scrutinize. So you may be missing something, you know. So to scrutinize those things that come in. So that seems to be the message that is they want. That's mostly anyway. Hope that helps. And Chloe's next. Hey Chloe, how are you? Yeah, it's been an interesting. I've been shuffling the cards and I change them around and and it's interesting that but I'm having the twofers and like one right after the other, but one was upside down, the other one's not. And I shuffled and I dealt, and anyway, and I don't look at the cards when I'm doing it. Well, actually, that's a lie. Sometimes I do, but they're not marked in any way. It's not like I could tell one card from another by, um, sitting here and shuffling them. But anyway, how y'all doing? Great read. Thank you, Ed. And that one was for you, right? So there's always something in each one of them for me too. But and I don't think it's because that's the reason I'm pulling them. But um, I've had owl medicine for a long time along with hawk. So and there are two of my four totem uh animals, if you will, I reckon. I probably have a couple more. Dragonfly has been hanging around a lot lately here, and which is great. And guess what? I was talking about Dragonfly. Now, how about a coincidence? That's the card on the bottom, Dragonfly. So I did not look, but the Dragonfly card just popped up. Now that's just freaking interesting. So Chloe, actually, they're saying that Dragonfly might have something to do with you, but they want me to because I put you on the tab for next. So close your eyes, hold up your hand. This is going to be an interesting spread. Chloe, this is for you. Okay. Upside down beaver. And the dragonfly is attached to the beaver. I said dragonfly and looked down, and there it was. So it's like coincidence. But with the beaver, dragonflies, where do they normally hang around? Ponds and wet places and stuff like that. So the beaver and the dragonfly actually, in that regard, are akin to one another. As I sit here and look at the cards. Now, beaver's number 22 and dragonfly is number 27 in the book, just for those folks who. Beaver is the builder. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one. Lessons learned from you. Beaver is the builder. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy, and it incorporates a strong sense of family and home. If you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you will find several entrances and exits. In building its home, beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us, not to paint ourselves into corners. They want me to read that part again. The lesson is to all of us is to not to paint ourselves into corners. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. That's very interesting. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitations cancels productivity. Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees, and they can. I've got beaver chews in my backyard. Imagine what those teeth could do to limbs of predators. From the rear, beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that aids in swimming as well as guarding its behind. This tiny mammal, it's really not tiny, but this tiny animal is well equipped to protect its creation. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining the sense of achievement. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary to accomplish a goal with others involving working with the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Now, I have to interject this part. There are lots of folks who would say, well, that's like a hive mind. Yeah, well, bees don't have to go the same place every time, and there is an individuality to that. But so too many people attach this group mind, hive mind to something bad. But if a group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way, each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of others. There's that word honor again, I'm always talking about. And knows how to complete the piece of puzzle that belongs to them. And working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. If beaver has appeared in your spread, you may be time to put your ideas into actions or to complete some project that has been neglected. Beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations which put your love and energy into it. Sometimes Beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position in which never mind. If the card palms the sun, use discernment and all will be fine. It was referring to cards being in a spread, and they're not really. If Beaver upside down has dunked underwater and is contrary, you are being asked to open new doors of opportunity. You're being asked to open new doors to opportunity and to stay aware. This could also usher in a time of laziness or apathy. Find what is damming the flow and remove the impasse. The questions that may arise when Beaver is contrary are: have I forgotten to allow room in my life for new experiences? And that's is important. You know, if we carry too much old stuff with us, we can't allow new stuff in. Am I willing to work with others when necessary? Am I resentful of having to work? Do I express my creativity by doing or just by dreaming about it? Has my mind created so many obstacles to productivity that I feel like a failure before I begin? Meditate upon Beaver's determination and willingness to work. Visualize the goal you wish to accomplish and be willing to work with others to achieve that end. They seem to be saying that this is for whatever it may be. It can be your own self, that you're damming up your own things. And it may be that well, if you're asking for cards tonight, then it may be that that's your answer, and be willing to work with others to achieve that end. So there are those of us who are here tonight. And anyway, so in the same pond, but with the difference is dragonfly. And I think this is for all of us, but it is attached to the beaver card. Dragonfly is illusion. Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and of the illusionary facade we accept as the physical manifestation in reality. Hey, Mossy Man. The iridescence of dragonfly wings reminds us of colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonfly shifting of color, energy, form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer and bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. Night Ed, and was this one for him? Some legends say the dragonfly was once a dragon. The breath of dragon had scales like dragonfly's wings. Dragon was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic, and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in his own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing forms, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. In accepting the challenge to prove its power and its magical prowess, dragon lost its power. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants, or on another level, you may to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On a psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions that have held that restrict your actions or ideas. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communication from the elemental world. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and of the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, this world is full of nature spirits. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. Have you put on too much weight or started to look like a scarecrow? If you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you. And they'll guide you through the mist of illusion to the pathway of transformation. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation. And remember that things are never completely as they seem. Winds of change. Yep. So, but also in the, there's the illusion. So, what are a lot of times I know myself, I've created a situation. I was like, oh, this is so bad, or it's going to be, and, it was all illusion. So, you have to wait till you get to this place. Yep, Twinkle of a Dragon's Eye is actually miniature dragons, but anyway, if depending on where you want to go with that, right? So elderberry, beaver and the dragonfly, yeah. And beaver is saying do it, and dragonfly is like get over the illusion, see things for what they are. I'm Scorpio, Deborah. Um, Winds of Change. I just listened to. Yeah, winds of change. See, there's synchronicity in some of this craziness. You know what I mean? While it's happening. So, um, oh, Nessie. Oh my goodness gracious me! Still hanging out in the background there. I'm hoping that lighting the sage and sending prayers help to be more favorable and calming. Uh, no need to respond, but um, that is my prayer and our prayer, I believe. So Nancy's new to this to me. So someone I don't. Um, it's the new kid on the block with their hand up in the classroom. I'm kidding. I'm picturing this in my head because I've done cards for so many people, and I'm beginning to sort of like recognize, like, if that's even. I don't know. Okay, so I decided which side I'm supposed to go. Um, well, that's interesting. They can't decide which way they want me to go with this. So whatever cards pull them, if I pull it up, it might need to look at the con. Or no, they're saying if the card's down, I might actually be the. Okay, I get it. This might be a twofer. I just got to say, I don't know how else to put this, but there feels like turbulence. The word turbulence comes to my head. I have no idea why. I'm just turbulence. There's turbulence in the force. There's turbulence in something. There's turbulence. They're trying to make this difficult for me, and I won't allow that. Much love to you, Andrea. Thanks for stopping in. We love you, and be safe. So this one was an interesting, and it's possibly a twofer, maybe a threefer. Nice to meet you as well. Come back and hang out with us again if there's ever a chance. And hope everything stays well with you in your world. Peace be upon you. So this is a otter, number 8, right side up. And also, they had me pull the rabbit card, and I understand what rabbit means. They want me to go with otter first, and then there was a card stuck out to the side that is frog upside down. So the first card, um, yeah, and I try to do things earlier too. I think the rooster's senile, but he's definitely entertaining. Yeah, if I had a rooster like that too. Thank you, Elderberry. Uh, nice to meet you all, always. Otter is woman medicine. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide is often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Now, I forgot to read the poem. Otter, so playful, coquettes by the stream, the medicine of woman, the realized dream. Otter's very caring of its young and will play for hours performing all types of acrobatics. It lives on land, but always has its home near water. And when they play in the water, it's just great to watch in the natural element. The elements of earth and water are the female elements. At home in both of these elements, Otter is the personification of femininity, long, sleek, and graceful. Otter is the true coquette of the animal world. Otter is always on the move and is very curious. Unlike other animals, otter will not start a fight unless it is attacked first. This joyful little creature is adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without preconceptions or suspicions. And that's hard these days. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealous or catty, it is sisterhood, content to enjoy and share the good fortune of others, anchored in the understanding that all accomplishments are worthwhile for the whole tribe. Otter people express joy for other people. Long ago in tribal law, if a woman were widowed, her sister would offer her own husband to the widow as a lover to keep her from drying up and not losing her creative energy. This is otter medicine. Envy or fear of being replaced has no space in otter's balanced understanding of sharing goodness. Woman energy without games or control is a beautiful experience. It is the freeness of love without jealousy. It is the joy of loving other people's children and their accomplishments as much as you love your own. Maybe time to examine your feelings about sharing the bounty of your life with others. Otter may be saying that the finer qualities of woman need to be striven for in both men and women so that a unity of spirit can be achieved. This would involve the destruction of jealousy. Oh, and that's a hard one to kill. And of all the acts of anger, which stem from that fear. So any kind of jealousy, and it ain't about a lover but jealousy that somebody's going to do something. See, I mean, jealousy comes in a number of different faces and masks. This would involve the destruction of jealousy and all of the acts of anger which stem from that fear. It would mean keeping a hawkeye on your ego and maintaining total trust. It says hawkeye. It would mean a world full of people coming together to honor the right of each person to be. And that's like my goal in life. is the world full of people coming together to honor the right of each person to be. If you have drawn this symbol, Otter may be telling you to become a playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. They want me to read that one more time. Otter also teaches the importance of not hanging on to material things that would bind you or become a burden. In looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you might look at the joyness of the receptive side of your nature. Have you given yourself a gift recently? Have you received any messages in your meditations? Become Otter and move gently into the river of life. Flow with the waters of the universe. Flow with the waters of the universe. Don't push it. This is the way of the balanced female receptive energy. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of woman. Now, the next other one is rabbit. And I can put rabbit in a short term because it's rather lengthy in the story of how rabbit, was hanging out with a witch, and rabbit became scared of her. So she cursed him. Fear. Scared little rabbit, please drop your fright. Running doesn't stop the pain or turn the dark to night. So after this long story of how all of this happened, Rabbit, we were once great friends and companions, but no more. It is within my power to destroy you, but because of the past and the medicine we have shared together, I will not do this, said Eyewalker. But from this day forward, I lay a curse on you and your tribe. From now on, you will call your fears, and your fears will come to you. Be on your way, for the sweet medicine that bound us together as friends is now broken. Now, Rabbit is the fear caller. He goes out and shouts, Eagle, I am so afraid of you. Don't eat me. If Eagle doesn't hear him, Rabbit calls out even louder, Eagle, stay away from me. Eagle now hears Rabbit, comes down and eats him. Rabbit calls bobcats, wolves, coyotes, and even snakes until they come. As this story shows, rabbit medicine people are so afraid of tragedy, illness, disaster, and being taken that they call these very fears to them to teach them lessons. The keynote here is what you resist will persist. What you fear most is what you will become. Here is the lesson. If you pulled rabbit, stop talking about horrible things happening and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form. We so much work, I know I used to, and this goes back 2 hours ago or so, about self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, about me watching the earthquake thing all the time. It was almost like I was anticipating something tragic to happen. And, I keep an eye on it, but my attitude has changed. Stop talking about the horrible things happening and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form, the future. Stop now. Write your fears down and be willing to feel them. Breathe into them and then feel them running through your body into Mother Earth as a giveaway. Not necessarily as a negative, but just get rid of it. So now this is the third one here, but the otter, in becoming more in the woman and the balance and so forth, and to me, that quit fearing that, quit calling fear to whatever that may be, Nacy. And because it's important, they said frog upside down number 38. So, and you know me, sometimes it's one card, and if they told me to pull four of them, don't worry your fears into being, man. And it's so easy to do. Well, I mean, I wanted to go kayaking down the river, and it was like, well, what if it rains and we can't go? And the rain was going to come anyway. But I realized that, 2 weeks ago, I was like depressed because it rained and we didn't get to go. And I kind of, well, it rained and we didn't get to go. And I felt myself doing that. I think I even did a video kind of sort of about, this is silliness. But anyway, frog is cleansing. It's upside down. Sing, frog, sing. Call the rains. Quench the dryness. Cleanse the earth. Then fill me up again. Frog sings the songs that bring the rain and make the dirt road more bearable. Frog medicine is akin to water energy in the east on the medicine wheel. Frog teaches us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. Now, somehow I think this comes in there. I did not choose this on purpose, but anyway, wow, okay. All water rights belong to Frog, including all initiations by water. Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb. Frog, like ourselves, is a polywog in the fetal waters and only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. Fluidity, I love that. The transformation into adulthood prepares Frog for its power to call in the waters of the skies, the rain. In knowing the element of water, Frog can sing the song that calls the rain to earth. When the ponds are dry, Frog calls upon the thunder beings to cleanse and replenish the earth with water. Like Frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of our souls. If Frog hopped into your cards today, you choose its ribbit may be calling you in the cleansing you need. If you were to look at where you are today, would you use any of the following words to describe your condition? Tired, overworked, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous, at a loss, empty, or weakened? If so, take a break and allow yourself to breathe in the waters of frog medicine. I said this earlier when there was the rest. I said, take deep breaths. To bathe in the waters of frog medicine. This could mean a long, relaxing bath, disconnecting the phone, yelling stop, or taking in deep, cleansing breaths. So I was actually calling on frog medicine back then. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and to replace the mud with clear energy. Then replenish your parched spirit, body, and mind. An ability of frog medicine people is to give support and energy when it is needed, where it is needed. A frog medicine person can clean negativity from any environment. Many mediums or clairvoyants who work with cleansing haunted houses carry frog medicine. Many of the world's seers use water on their hands. That's very true. When tapping into other realms of reality due to water's superconductive nature. Uh, Frog speaks of a new life and harmony through its rain songs. The deep tones of Frog's ribbit are said to be the call to the thunder beings, thunder, lightning, and rain. The ribbit is the heartbeat that comes into harmony with Father Sky and calls for the replenishment needed. Call to Frog and find peace and the joy of taking time to give it to yourself. A part of this giving is cleansing yourself of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. Now it's way upside down. Frog slipped in the mud and is lying on its back, unable to right itself. Get ready for more mud in your eye. The contrary position of frog can denote an unwillingness on your part to wipe the mud out of your life. Mud can turn from mire to bog to quicksand if you don't recognize its effect on your present situation. That's very true. And is someone draining your energy? Are you allowing yourself to ride down the tubes with them? Have you tried to settle someone else's quarrel and gotten in the line of fire? Stop. That's what it says. Recognize what it is that is mucking up the lily pad and the pond. Swim with frog. Frog's bug eyes see it all. Dive deeply and then hop to the next lily pad to catch the sun and maybe a bug or two. In this way, you may see exactly what has been draining your energy. At times, all of life's activities can be overwhelming, and everyone's occasionally needs a break. Contrary frog can signal one of those moments, but it can also portend a time of feeling waterlogged. If feeling waterlogged, you may be dealing with too many emotions or feelings. That is to say, that the world is too much with you, or that you have immersed in one idea or activity to the exclusions of other facets of your life. If this is the case, break from routine is suggested. Hop to other lily pads or visit other ponds for a while. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. They want me to read that again. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. Frog in the contrary position is an omen that you are courting disaster if you don't stop and smell the lilies, eat some flies, and bask in the sun, and rivet until the rain comes to refill your spirit once again. So that was a threefer right there. So, Nancy, send prayers that is helpful. Well, I always do that, but anyway. Yeah, rebirth is also in that, tied in with you know, the the grouse and the whirling dervishes. Eat some flies, yummy, yummy. All right, all right, Berry Berry. Quite contrary. How does your garden grow? Um, Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. Whoever's next, hey, I'm going to take a light of smoke, and Susie Q is next. I knew we was getting down the list good, and I really don't mind this. I mean, y'all hanging out has been 3 hours and 34 minutes and 26.8 seconds and counting. So, but I'm here to hang out with y'all, and it isn't about the time and anything like that. I really honestly hate making really long videos, but people who they can fast forward or delete or like me, go back and listen to again. So, but it's more in that we're participating at the moment I say with each other, and that a replay of this, okay, might mean something to somebody. That's great. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's more in the participation. Yeah, whatever the turmoil is, Nancy, um, there are times we don't understand that there's something we're supposed to release. And so with Frog, going to another pond or to another lily pad, or, and that the tears were like right in the beginning of this. It's all frog medicine. So if you've had tears and that kind of thing, understand that that's a cleansing. And um, instead of it being something that is like, oh, I'm crying a lot. When you're crying, you say, my tears are to cleanse me of whatever is necessary. My tears are frog medicine, and they're teaching me to, that I need to go to, I'm going to jump to another lily pad, whatever it may be. David knows Saturday night is like peanut butter and jelly. And I tried doing the Saturday night radio shows, and if you look at my earlier videos, it was like Saturday night with hanging out with the old hippie dude or something, whatever I was naming. So here I am all these years later, and it's Saturday night, Sunday morning, and we're doing kind of what I wanted to back then. You know, I didn't know I was going to be doing card readings or whatever, but hanging out with folks, and being around. Whoops. Being of service, being that old midnight disc jockey that I, always wanted to be. So anyway, um, Susie Q, this one's for you, right? All right. Let me take a hit, and I don't need a cigarette as much as I would like to have. Well, I will light a cigarette because I want to put. I relit the sage so that the prayers would continue. So. With honor and respect to the universe, I offer the smoke to the blessings of the universe, and I thank the universe and thank all of you, and to all the big things, the little things. You know, if in my younger days I wanted to be a priest because I wanted to be helpful to the congregation of the church. Since I don't believe in the church business. Y'all still there? Okay. I hit a button. So, Susie Q, 30 seconds. Close your eyes. Raise your hand. Okay, the cards are in the right. Don't shuffle. Okay, I'm good then. I'm trying to keep my thoughts out of the cards. Um, Somehow I have to stay out of the cards. You're not going to believe this. I've shuffled them. Okay, I just didn't, they were just in my hand. And the first card I pulled up, now I'm not looking at these things, and it's down the deck a ways. It was this far down the deck. Okay. And I pulled the frog upside down again. So it may be that all of us need some cleansing. Now I just reigned here. Now they want me to shuffle the cards again. And leave that card out. That is so weird, Susie. I'm just saying, but I pulled that damn card out of like a third of the way down the deck. Pulled it again, upside down too. That's weird. Travis, well, holy moly, that was a messed up evening. So that's just weird. We read about the frog, so you already went through that. So I don't think I need to go back over that. But it's the cleansing. Find another lily pad. This is really, really interesting. let me tell you. And they're saying there ain't another card. Hang on, I'm still with y'all. This is some really strange. Now I've got these cards upside down. I mean, they're upside down. I am not looking at them. Okay. Now, when I get done with this, you're gonna go, what? And there's one more there. Now, this is really interesting, Susie Q. I should jump. Hang on. So there's a good side to this, an odd side to this, but now for those of you who have been hanging out with me for the last bit, um, I pulled the frog card after I shuffled them, and up same direction, upside down. I not looking at these now. I have pulled the Raven card upside down, which we have done tonight. I have pulled the Mouse card, which is scrutiny, and I pulled the Beaver card. Now, what does this mean, Susie Q? It means that there are messages within all of this tonight. But then it said, okay, but now here's these two cards are for you. Now, that's interesting. For this is a really new one on me, and they are four cards that I have pulled tonight. A couple of them like twice, or the mouse thing, right? And also frogs. So, but that all of tonight's messages, frog meaning water, raven, which is the magic of illusion. I'm just going to touch base with these. That they're four cards, but they're like repeating, like, okay, all of these other cards were important to you as well, Susie. So raven is magic, and it is sacred in medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. Okay. The contrary is that if you have wished harm on another or something, beware. Contrary Raven may also portend a time of smoky, confused messages. Okay. Because it was right side up the last time. That you cannot see or hear because your intellect is insisting that magic isn't real. It may be, in this respect, they're kind of relating that it's not necessarily magic. You may not trust a message that's coming to you for what it actually is. If you cannot imagine or pretend due to your lack of faith in magic or miracles, healing cannot take place. Raven may be pecking at the door to your consciousness, but you will not receive unless you clear the smoke and seek the other realms of imagination and awareness where magic lives. So they say that's the message. But in that raven and beaver is the builder, the doer. Mouse scrutinizes. So uh, yeah, she got out her medicine. She got three medicines. If you go back and watch, yeah, but but attached to this though is number four, which is deer, and they're like parading these other cards out, going, like, and for all of us, I think they're double skunkiness. I'm looking at the skunk page, in that um, they want us to pay attention, um, keep doing it and keep building and keep working. Beaver, it can't build a dam by itself. The mouse can over scrutinize, but it's important to pay attention. Um, and all of these things, the water and the cleansing of the soul and allowing yourself to have more space for new things to come in. That's just really good medicine for all of us. Deer, number four, is gentleness, and this one's and lizard are the two. Dear, so gentle and loving you are, the flower of kindness and embrace from afar. I I love this story. I do. It's just so gentle. And in this story is that's the story of gentleness. Okay. One day Fawn heard Great Spirit calling to her from the top of Sacred Mountain. Fawn immediately started up the trail. She didn't know that a horrible demon guarded the way to Great Spirit's lodge high on the mountain. High on the mountain, fire. Stop me. The demon was trying to keep all of the beings of creation from connecting with Great Spirit. Now, whether high or below, so the demon isn't in under the earth; it's actually on the road to the mountain. Just saying, the devil, the demon. He wanted all of Great Spirit's creatures to feel that Great Spirit didn't want to be disturbed. This would make the demon feel powerful and capable of causing them to fear him, the demon. Fawn was not at all frightened when she came upon the demon. This was curious, as the demon was the archetype of all the ugly monsters that have ever been. The demon breathed fire and smoke and made disgusting sounds to frighten Fawn. Any normal creature would have fled or died on the spot from fright. Notice fear has been sort of a weaving theme in this tonight, too. Fawn, however, said gently to the demon, Please let me pass. I'm on the way to see Great Spirit." Fawn's eyes were filled with love, and if you've ever been, petted a young deer or fawn, it's like you melt. Um, Fawn's eyes were filled with love and compassion for this oversized bully of a demon. The demon was astonished by Fawn's lack of fear. No matter how he tried, he could not frighten Fawn because her love had penetrated his hardened, ugly heart. Much to the demon's dismay, his rock hard heart began to melt and his body shrank to the size of a walnut. Fawn's persistent love and gentleness had caused the meltdown of the demon. Due to this gentleness and caring that Fawn embodied, the pathway is now clear for all of Great Spirit's children to reach Sacred Mountain without having to feel the demons of fear blocking their way. Now, that's just a hell of a message right there. Due to this gentleness and caring that Fawn embodied, the pathway is now clear for all of Great Spirit's children to reach Sacred Mountain without having to feel the demons of fear block their way. Dear teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings. They're telling me to stop on this sentence right here because Susie Q, this may not just be for you, but this is what all of us here is our lesson, is what's going to happen. Dear teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings who are trying to keep us from Sacred Mountain. But also in this message, it means that it's keeping them from Sacred Mountain. So as this transition and stuff, these future events happen, it is going to be our duty, if you will, because we have learned what we've learned up to this point. There are going to be so many wounded souls out there who are really seriously going to need our help. And we need to have used the power of gentleness to teach the hearts of minds of wounded beings. Like the dappling of fawn's coat, both the light and the dark may be loved. Both the light and the dark may be loved to create gentleness and safety for those who are seeking peace. If deer has gently nudged its way into your cards today, you are being asked to find the gentleness of spirit that heals all wounds. Stop pushing so hard to get others to change and love them as they are. Now, that's a really good message for all of us. We have to just kind of, if sometimes it means sitting off in the wings and stuff, we just have to honor them and just say, well, I love you anyway. Like I posted today, I'm not going to wear a mask and I'm not going to take a shot. Are you going to love me anyway? So stop pushing so hard to get others to change and love them as they are. Apply gentleness to your present situation, whatever that might be, and become like the summer breeze, warm and caring. This is your tool for solving the present dilemma you are facing, whatever that might be. If you use it, you will connect with Sacred Mountain, your centering place of serenity, and Great Spirit will guide you. That's just a good one for all of us. So that deer one was meant for you. But now the next one is lizard card. I hope y'all are. I know it. The number goes up and down. You just witnessed a meltdown here. Well, we picked some cards and read them out, and whether or not it had anything to do with what was going on. But I said before I read the cards, I said I feel turmoil. Turmoil do I feel? And then you come back on and go, oh, you just witnessed a meltdown. Well, that would constitute turmoil in my book, as far as what I was feeling in the ether, if you will. Okay. So lizard. Oh my goodness, we're into dreaming. I love this one too about the lizard. Lizard. Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars, beyond the place of time and space. There live visions from afar. It's 411 on 425. But anyway, lizard number 36 is dreaming. Let's all go to the dreaming place. Anyway, lizard sat lolling in the shadow of a big rock, shading himself from the desert sun. Snake crawled in, looking for some shadow to coil up and rest. Snake watched the lizard for a while as lizard's eyeballs went side to side behind his enormous closed lids. Snake hissed to get lizard's attention. Slowly, Lizard's dreaming eyes opened and he saw Snake. Snake, you scared me. What do you want? Lizard cried. Snake spit his answer from his forked tongue.
Lizard, you're always getting the best shadow spots. In the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me?
Lizard thought for a moment, then agreed. Snake, you can share my shade spot, but you have to go to the other side of the rock. And you must promise not to interrupt me. Okay, I missed my spot. Snake was getting annoyed and he hissed,
How could I bother you, Lizard? All you're doing is sleeping.
Lizard smiled knowingly. Oh, Snake, you are such a silly old serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future. Into the future, Snake. I go where the future lives. You see, that is why I know you won't eat me today. I dreamed you, and I know you are full of mice. Snake was taken aback.
Why, Lizard, you're exactly right. I wondered why you said you would share your rock with me.
Lizard laughed and said, Snake, you are looking for shade, and I'm looking for a shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality, where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. Where the dreams reside before they become reality. Lizard could have created getting eaten by the snake if he had so desired. Lizard is the medicine of dreamers. Whether dreamers smoke you or dream you, dreamers can always help you see the shadow. This shadow can be your fears. Now, Susie Q, shadow, it's the fears again. And Fawn is like, we got this. So Lizard is in dreaming, can be your fears. Your hopes are the very thing you are resisting, but it is always following you around like an obedient dog. The shadows can be your fears, your hopes, or the very thing you are resisting. If Lizard dreamed of space in your cards today, it may be time to look and see what is following along behind you. Is it your fears, your future trying to catch up with you? Or is it the part of you that wants to ignore your weakness and humaneness? Lizard may be telling you to pay attention to your dreams and their symbols. Make a dream log and recall all that you can remember. Be sure to pay attention to each individual symbol or reoccurring pattern. They want me to read that again. Pay attention to each individual symbol or reoccurring pattern. They're stressing reoccurring pattern. If you do not remember your dreams, then try waking up in the middle of the night and writing them down. Anyway, uh, dreams are very important. Pay attention to them. And that can be daytime dreams also, dream walking in the daytime. But anyway, and lizard has nothing to do with reptile in that sense. It falls in the reptile category, but, you know, native folks and the understanding of the animal kingdom is not what is transferred into the now reality. Yes, there are reptilians living in the earth and all, okay, but don't go there with that. For you and for everybody else. Oh, it's a lizard. Don't go there. But it's like a reptile. Don't go there. So is a frog. It's a reptile. You're going to say a frog's like a. Don't go there. That is societal training and so forth. It is, yes, it is true, but it ain't got nothing to do with what the natural order of how many native peoples understood things. So just saying, don't place your thoughts into what the dream is. Uh, is Delaney still hanging out? 420. Um, love you all, Delaney. It's great always with you. So did that help out, Susie Q? You got all the cards tonight. Kind of thing like wow. No, but those they wanted me to just say, those cards are really everybody pay attention. And when I say pay attention, I hope you all know that it's not like, well, if you don't pay attention to this, God's going to get you for that. It ain't like that. And I think y'all know that. But, uh, there are things that even for myself, as much as I pay attention, I didn't notice that there were certain trees on my property. I ain't going to go into that story, but it's so very, very true in that, well, I thought I kind of knew what was going on. And no, I didn't. Uh, Oh, David Castle comes up at 420. I picked that up. I just saw that. I got you. All right. So in 2 minutes. So in the meantime, um, it's been some interesting reads on pulling these cards. I'm just here to tell you, and it's almost like if I didn't want to pull them other cards, and they were like, "Nah, we ain't gonna let you pick the last two cards if you don't do this." And I was like, "Okay." You know, 420, 420, 420 is when we light our bowls. I love to pack and then to light, draw some in. It makes my night. 420 is so much fun. I'm making this up. I light the bowl. It's all right. I cough so much. My tears go bright. 420 is so much fun. If you've had only one, we've got to smoke it till it's done. 420 is so much fun. I'm making the words up as I go along, y'all. Well, I have to listen back. Gaza, what's happening, dudo? 420, 420, 420, so much fun. Okay, who can pick out? It's a really odd song. What the tune is from? Elderberry, would you know? Yeah, never. When 500 years old, you rich, look as good as you will not. Yeah. Uh, dead puppies, dead puppies, dead puppies aren't much fun. I'll leave it at that. And well, it was that lib as far as the words. I made all that shit up, but the tune is from the song, and I can't remember who did it, but from way back in the days of um, Dr. Demento. But it was ad lib as far as the words. I made them all up right there on the spot. So yeah, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning at 4:21 a.m. So anyway, I'll know where the timestamp is. I want to write the words down just for the hell of it. It's like what? you know, let me rewind this, Yeah, I was really good at rhyming and still am kind of sort of on the fly, just, uh, and people say, man, you should have been a rapper. And I'm like, nah, this rapping crap is for crap, Rap, rapping's for crapping, man. I hate that stuff. They can crap all that rapping, and then wipe it just enough. I can make a boom, paka, toom, cracker, rant, 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 okay. You remember Dr. Demento? Yes, But anyway, David, I haven't forgot you. This is the fun time at the OK Corral. Okay, where's the corral? Let's all sing together. 420. Anyway, they come. Well, yes, they don't come when you call. Oh, there was a really bad joke back in the days. There was a lot of dead baby jokes. And it was like, what's the difference between dead babies and bowling balls? And it was like, you can't pick up bowling balls with a pitchfork. What's the difference between babies and bowling balls? You can't pick up you can't use a pitchfork to pick up the bowling balls. So it's rude, it's crude. It was like the Helen Keller jokes. What happened when Helen Keller fell off the cliff? She screamed her fingers off. Uh, you know, uh, you know, what did Helen Keller say when she, I'm sorry, what did Helen Keller say when she tried to read the waffle iron? Did you get that one? That was a visual. Anyway, I got to stop that. All right, David Castle, there must be humor in the air along with crazy songs from the old times. I remember shit that just. Anyway, ouch, right. What did Helen Keller say when she fell off the cliff? you know, I'm sorry. The dead baby jokes were like, oh my God, they were like so rude and crude. But at the same time, you got to go, well, okay, it's not really funny. But, and there were people like, yeah, dead babies and bowling balls. Yeah, I can see that, man, with pitchforks. No, I can't. And who made up this shit, Dave? I am thinking about you. So close your eyes for a minute and raise your hand as the instructions on the box. I'm gonna have to make a box to put instructions on it. Garbage pail kids were grossly pop. Yeah, my friend and I made up opposite commercials and acted them out, in her garage. Yeah, we're cruising into this this read with uh, a cool buzz going. I'm gonna change your words around with the buzz. Cool. Well, I've had a buzz kind of sort of all evening, but after 4 hours and 420, and and there's something, and I honest to goodness don't know how I do it. It's I used to when I was doing puppet shows and doing all these character voices and the stories and all of this, I would tap into this level of where that stuff was at in the universe, in some place up here. And so it would take me a little bit to get warmed up. But when I got to that spot, man, I was like lightning speed with the story and reaction and watching the audience and doing all these different things at the same time. This character's got to go off and I got to get another one and I'm still talking and I'm multitasking like you just would not believe. And at the same time, I would sit back and watch the whole episode from like another point of view, from just the observer. And you talk about nutty. So, but in that, when I got into the groove, as you know, uh, as long as how do I put this? As long as I maintained the right thought pattern, I stayed in the groove. But if I had too long of a break, for example, or somebody come up and asked me a question and took me out of my zone, took me out of that, So, but in doing this, and I'm still learning. I'm still a shaman in training. I know there are some folks out there who call me their shaman. I appreciate it. I do, but also know that with all that I have been through, I still don't feel that I am a complete shaman yet. I'm still in training. So, my clarification. All right. So, interesting. They wanted me to look at the bottom card, David. You're going to hold up your hands now? All right. We'll see if that card does any good. Sometimes they'll throw a bottom card at me and go, that's the one. And they did that right there. Number 32, the ant. But they also said they want me to. I just want to see that card. Interesting. The rabbit has come back up again as just a, hey, look at me card. Okay. Which is calling fear to us. And we shouldn't do that. All right. That's the card. The coyote and the ant were walking in the park. One complained of heat, the other complained of dark. One was the best and one was the smallest, but each was equal in the eyes of the solstice. Coyote and the ant. The ant was actually first, and it's number 32. I haven't. I'm. Maybe I've read Ant, but uh, it's been a while. Patience. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Wow, lessons here, eh? And Coyote, we kind of sort of Wile E. Coyote. We know what's going on with him, the trickster, right? And learning from his mistakes and making mistakes come to him. So, but I'll get to Coyote in a minute. But Ant, patience. Oh, tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Ant can carry a leaf over hundreds of miles just to get it back to the ant hill. Ants in Africa will strip a forest bare when food is scarce, if it takes them a year. Ants' medicine is strategy of patience. Ant is a builder like beaver. Okay, we've had beaver card tonight. Interesting. As a ant is a builder like beaver, is aggressive like badger, which badger card almost showed up, has the stamina like elk, the scrutiny of mouse, we've had mouse card, and giveaway like turkey. Turkey was kind of showed up earlier, and it was not I was sure of. But anyway, so it's all these cards that I'm reading about right now has showed up to me tonight in some way. Every ant in an anthill is part of the ant group mind. We were talking about that with the beaver. As all ants work for the queen and the hive, self sacrifice is a part of the ant medicine, which is not like beaver. Greater than ants' other medicine, however, is patience. Ant people are active, community minded folks who see the greater future needs of their own. Ant people are planners like squirrel and are content to see their dreams being built like a little at a time. In today's society, that is a rare quality. In the desert, one type of ant will burrow a conical hole. That's not true. That's not an ant. Patience does have its rewards. Ant people have a knowledge about the sweet victory at the end of the line. There is never a concern about going without if they are late for the opening of a sale. If what they want is sold out, they are sure that something equal or better is available. That is so true sometimes. Well, I'm sorry we sold out of this, but I'll let you have this at the same price. Especially if you're not a whiner, cry, itchy bitchy. But they did food giveaways around here. They may still do. And everybody would try to get to the front of the line, and I just didn't. I go, you go ahead. I got time, which I did. At the end of the line, though, where everybody was trying to get that last cake or pie or loaf of some kind of bread or something, or whatever it is they had, sometimes fruit or something, the way they brought the food in on these cartons, when they get about halfway down in the carton, there would be other stuff down there. So they'd bring it out, but the line would be gone. So, well, how many of these can I have? And they'd look around and go, I don't care, take two or three. Where before they'd only say, you can only have one of these. So I always waited till the end because there were a lot of stuff that came out at the end when everybody else wanted to be first. So I'm just here to tell you that um, the idea of Ant knowing the sweet victory at the end of the line. If what they want is sold out, they're assured that something equal or better quality is available. And if it isn't, then you weren't meant to have it. That's the other thing. If you have ant medicine, you can eat slowly and deliberately and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. This is knowing this knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. Now, understand with this medicine is that you must, not overact or uh, ask too much of the universe and then turn around and get pissed off because you didn't get it. If ant meandering in your spread today, it is a time to show a little trust and patience in some life situation. You may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need at the time you need it the most. If it is not on the horizon or just around the next anthill, you may need to use some strategy. How can you put to use your power of creation until it, in quotes, arrives? Whatever it means to you at that time. And is working for the good of the whole. Are you? If you are, be assured that the whole wants the same goodness for you and that it will be provided. Trust the universe. So, anyway, the next one is Coyote, number 13. Uh, is the trickster. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? Uh, Thousands of myths and stories about Coyote, the great trickster. Many native cultures call the coyote the medicine dog. If you pull this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way, and it may or not be good or be to your liking. Whether the medicine is good or bad, you can be sure it will make you laugh, maybe even painfully. You can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. And now they were both straight up. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him. He is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished at the outcome of his own tricks. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. Coyote is sacred in the folly of his acts. We see our own foolishness. As Coyote moves from one disaster to the next, he refines the art of self sabotage to fear perfection. No one can blindly do themselves or others in with more grace and ease than this holy trickster. Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious. Contained within trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. Maybe that's why I was laughing and joking so much at the beginning of this, right? Just saying, you know, if they are following coyote or have strong coyote medicine. Someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like roses, but the fact remains that it is still a skunk. Snooze time is over if you pulled the coyote medicine card. Watch out. Your glass house may crash around you at any moment. All your self mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you, and you may trip. Coyote scratches under his arm, does a crazy dance. He jumps in the fish pond to save himself and nearly drowns. Coyote thinks he has found a bone, but it's a rattlesnake. Uh, Coyote is you, me, booby traps, jet airplanes with toilets that don't work. Get ready for more of the laughs, lots more. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experiences. Ask yourself, what are you really doing and why? Is coyote your medicine? Are you playing jokes on yourself? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone tricking you? Do you want to give anyway? On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. You may have conned yourself, your family, friends, or even the public at large into believing you know what you're doing. But listen, Coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created befuddling, bewildering, confounding trick. Pick up the juggler eyes from the ground, put them back in. Find it amusing, laugh, and trickster laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself and your crazy antics, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious. The medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints can be assumed. If you have coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies lighten up, to add cheer to a party, or to break a death grip conversation. Look at the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions about your personal life. So, anyway, trickster, be careful. So there you go. We just made a bunch of props and acted out. Yeah, the ants go marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. Da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. We'll all get home. But that's also when Johnny comes marching home. Anyway, it was a Barney song. They used to change the lyrics. Oh, the little one stops to take a feed. So we'll all have fun one. Um, Johnny comes marching home. No, that what I'm singing wasn't a Barney song. No, that was a song. I think it might have been. It might actually go back to World War I when Johnny comes marching home. John Brown's body lies a molding in the grave. John Brown's body lies a molding in the grave. John Brown's body lies a molding in the grave. I used to do them what I would call old. Did it help at all, David? I never know, but it seemed like a good one at the time. You know, it is not for me to discern whether or not it works for you. It's for me to just bring it, give it, and must sleep. Yeah, it's 4:41 in the morning time. Do I have anybody else that I've missed? because I'm starting to get tired too. It's almost 5 hours. So if there's somebody out there that wants one, I'll do one while I'm here, but we'll replay. Yep. Oh yeah. And if that diamond ring don't shine, 369, the goose drank wine, the monkey spit tobacco on the streetcar line, the line broke, the monkey got choked, and they all went to heaven in a little rowboat. Clap, clap. Any of you all remember that one? Okay, Elderberry, I'll do your card. I got this thought. Just throw them around a few times and then pull one for Elderberry. That was an odd little thought that went through my head. Well, you don't have to think so hard about that one. Just throw the cards around and one will pop up. It'll be his. I'm like, okay. You know, the voices come marching through my head again and again. The voices march right through my head again, again. Like Johnny comes marching home again. The thoughts and words begin again. Well, thoughts go. Never mind. La da 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 da. Finish that song as you want. Absolutely, I resonate with the ant. Had an experience when I was little. Cool. Uh, I'll listen till I pass out. See, I'm good for putting people to sleep. Hell, I'm better, I'm better than a sleeping pill. you know, how fast can you go to sleep when Dave starts on one of his monologues? Yes, I can make fun of myself. Snicker, snicker. But elderberry. So was having trouble deciding which way to turn the cards. That's a reminder card. I got it. Okay. All right. So it looks like a twofer with a stinky message at the end, and I do mean stinky because it's skunk upside down. But number 28, Armadillo, is a strong card. 15 is Wolf, which is the secondary. And there's an upside down skunk to listen to because skunk is all about reputation. And, they don't mess with skunk because they know not to mess with it because of its reputation of being smelly and, but anyway. But Armadillo now, let's go to Armadillo. And if you don't mind, yeah, it's upside down. It was like, you need me too. It's sort of like a trailer to the other two cards. We'll see in a minute. But if you don't mind, I want to, we're coming on 5 o'clock or 5 hours, and we are coming on 5 o'clock. Not that it really matters at this point, but I want to smoke a cigarette. I'm calling Dragonfly for Elderberry. That Dragonfly card they told me was actually for all of us. That was for everybody. And so Elderberry was around. You were around for that. So Yeah, there's nothing like the laugh. And it's not just children's laughter, but I agree with you, Michelle. But here's the thing: one of the things that I've always tried to do with my trying to get folks to laugh, and it seems to work with y'all, in that it's not like I'm trying to get you all to laugh or giggle or smile or whatever. But even at your age, I'm bringing the child out because I'm allowing the child in me to come out to just be silly, and you all relate to that. So, I think that's a good thing. But anyway, that's just my opinion, and I'll stick to it. Number 28, armadillo. Boundaries. And both of these cards are straight up. Armadillo. Armor all my boundaries. Teach me my shields. Reflect all the hurt, so I will not yield. Boundary. Armadillo wears its armor on its back, its medicine a part of its body. Its boundaries of safety are a part of its total being. Armadillo can roll into a ball and never be penetrated by enemies. What a gift it is to set your boundaries so that harmful words or intentions just roll off. Your lesson is in setting up what you are willing to experience. If you do not wish to experience a feeling invaded, just call on Armadillo's medicine. Now, you know, this understanding when I say my prayer all the time about accept or receive, we don't have to accept the negative. We accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings. But as far as negativity, we have the choice to accept or receive it. And if we don't, then we don't. So somebody sends us bad medicine, we just don't accept it. Just don't pay attention to it. We refuse it. So this is armadillo medicine. It's coming at you, but you put up your defenses. Your lesson is in setting up what you are willing to experience. If you do not wish to experience feeling invaded, that invasion can be people's thoughts or whatever it is, just call on armadillo medicine. A clue to how to proceed is to make a circle on a piece of paper and see it as a medicine shield. In the body of the shield, write all the things you desire to have, to do, or experience. Include all the things that give you joy. This sets up boundaries that allow only those chosen experiences to be a part of your life. Now, for some of us, we can visualize that, but it also helps to actually do it. So these boundaries become a shield that wards off the things which are undesirable to you simply because you have put them in the out of boundaries section. So it's like, well, I'm going to keep an eye on that, but it is not in my circle of acceptance. The shield reflects what you are and what your will is to others on an unconscious level. Outside of the shield, you may put what you are willing to experience by invitation only. So if something comes in, you got the choice to go, well, okay, I'll look at it. For example, a visit from a long lost relative or criticism from friends or people needing handouts. If an armadillo has waddled into the cards you chose, it is time to define your space. You may have been too willing to let your home become a bus station. You may find that you cannot say no, even when you know that you will have to cancel going to something just to be obliging. And this can get old in a hurry. It may be time to ask yourself the following questions. Am I honoring the time I need for my own personal enjoyment? And to this point, we can sometimes create outside issues that we allow into our circle, by the way. So, with this number one, am I honoring the time I need for my personal enjoyment? In other words, do you spend time in areas where it depresses you and you watch something, oh, did I read that? And, you know, it might be that's not the time to do it. Anyway, Am I, uh, do others treat me like a doormat? Why do I always get upset when I'm taken for granted? Is there a reason for my being a yes person? All of the answers to these questions relate to setting up boundaries, what you will and won't do, what makes you feel uncomfortable, and what is comforting to you. How you react in any circumstance has to do with your ability to be objective. That is in that neutral position of watching. You cannot be objective if you cannot tell where the other person's personality stops and where yours begins. If you have no boundaries, you're like a sponge. It will seem as if all the feelings in the room full of people must be yours. Ask yourself if you're feeling depressed or if this feeling actually belongs to the person you're talking to. Then allow Armadillo's armor to slice in between, giving you back your self, your sense of self. Now, that's a really important lesson to a lot of folks in that, and it's really easy to do, if you're really intuitive, then I know that when I was around other people, uh, that I was actually feeling what they were projecting, and I turned it into my feeling. That's really crazy. So armadillo is good medicine. Set your boundaries and be the observer. Next one is wolf number 15. So yeah, wolf. And I was a little hesitant about it, and they were like, "No, that's the card." And I said, "Okie dokie." Wolf is the teacher. So you've got armadillo that's telling you to set boundaries, and here's wolf going to, and it's up straight up. Wolf is the teacher. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moondog of my soul, howling, singing, teaching me how to know. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like the dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have the ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. In the great star nation, wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in the ancient times. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason the native people would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. The senses of wolves are very keen. Yes, they are. And the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secret of knowledge and wisdom. They want me to read that again. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secret of knowledge and wisdom. Baying at the moon may be an indication of wolf's desire to connect with new ideas, which are just below the surface of consciousness. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us to all come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery and life. They want me to read that one again. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us to all come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery and life. Remember, I read that other card. It was like, we need to be patient. It was the deer card, right? We need to have patience. If you've drawn the wolf card, you may be able to share your own personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at the time. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing on information that will help others better understand their uniqueness or path in life. It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. It's the, Wolf could also be, they want me to read that again. It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. So I said this 3 hours ago. I said, for every one of you and what you do, we're having an effect on other people, even on the fringes. I said this hours ago tonight or this morning. And, not that I'm trying to be a prophet, but I'm trying to explain, and these other teaching and things help to back up that theory, the story that we are all connected. So all of us who are attaining new heights of our awareness are sharing with each other, whether it be wolf medicine or whatever you want to call it, it's happening. We can feel it. We are sharing it. We're doing it. We are the beaver in all of us is building. We have become the doers in a lot of ways. So, I see how these cards are kind of, chit chatting with us tonight, kind of thing. Yeah, right on, brother. It is the alone. Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that allow you to see your teacher within. In the aloneness of a power place devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. That is absolutely true. Look for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. So Elderberry, they're blaming this on you because you wanted this card. Okay. So how about that one? So you called upon the teacher. Good night, Deborah. Made out of sponges and ants that have to pee. Regular speed bumps are not good for full bladders. No, they're not. And I know that as well. You be done wet yourself before you know it. Much love, Deborah. Have a good night to you as well. So, but anyway, so there's armadillo and fox for you, Elderberry, and the skunk, which has popped up to me as far as the pages and a card jumped out and so skunk has showed itself to me a couple of times tonight, and I just refused to pull it. I was like, nah, that didn't seem appropriate at the time, and it came up anyway, upside down. So skunk, tell me the story so we'll know it well, of how to attract and how to repel, which in a way goes along with armadillo in that you set up boundaries. uh Skunk medicine, go ahead and laugh. This little furry critter has a reputation that contains a great deal of power. Due to its distinctive behavior, humans give this tiny smelly creature a wide berth. The key word here is respect, and the key word under skunk is reputation. A skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. There's no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your sense of self is intact. As with skunk, the resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Self esteem permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized on an extrasensory level by others. Self esteem permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized on an extrasensory level by others. So that's us being, the soul tribe. That's us here doing this. So the skunk medicine's for all of us. Now it's upside down. So I'm going to go to the skunk medicine, often operating through the contrary reverse position, indicates that your self esteem may seem to others if you're putting on airs. Observe whether or not you're repelling others in your vicinity because of envy, jealousy, or a projection, or get this, or a projection of their low self esteem. Examine your feelings and be truthful with yourself. It may not be you that's the issue. Write the situation by assuming the attitude of skunk, nonchalance, which also does tie into armadillo. You pick, you pick your armor. In assuming nonchalance, you are neutralizing the effect of leaked energy. So you set your boundaries, you've set your acceptance. Wolf has understood you that you can use the power of the moon, and by calling on Wolf and by using skunk medicine, you can neutralize the effect of leaking energy by assuming nonchalance. In leaking vital energy, you may stinking up your environment. This is similar to dumping all of your woes on anyone who will listen. If you are doing this, it may be time to shut your mouth and go within. You also may leaking sexual energy. That person may blah blah blah. Look deeply at your self energy and how others are reacting to it. To balance the causes and effects of your actions and energy flows, you must decide whether or not to spray in the direction of others to repel their envy, greed, jealousy, or whatever. On the other hand, you need to always maintain your right to be. Self respect is the key to all of these situations, whereas ego is merely what you believe yourself to be. Skunk says, if your ego is not your amigo, you know it stinks. But I think the message in this is a nonchalance in things in general tied to the armadillo. So that's my 2 cents worth, and I'm sticking to it. So anyway, I'm gonna get something to drink and hang out with y'all for a minute. So elderberry. So they're the that's interesting. Sometimes one card just ain't enough, and there are times one card is enough. Like um, who was it? Susie Q earlier. That got 7 cards or something. Six, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, I think actually. But anyway, but they weren't the key cards. But I had to get them out of the deck in order to get her 2 cards. That was just really really interesting. Thank you, Elderberry. I'm always humbled every time I do these readings. I always worry. I really do. I worry too much. And so the message in there is for me not to fear as well, but, to allow Creator to just, to be there. But I always, worry. Well, if I do card readings, is it going to matter? Is it going to mean anything to anybody? Is this am I really doing? I just go. There's a bunch of these little doubts that want to eat into me, and I have to overcome them every time. Just saying, because for every one of you that it says they're on that's on the mark or that it was good and all that, you know, I do not convert that and go around and say, "Look, I'm a great card reader. You should come over here and let me do readings." I can't do that. I refuse to do it. But I offer readings if y'all show up, but I'm not someone who says, okay, come to me for a reading, or you know what I mean? I do not advertise it in that way. Y'all come in, I say, okay, raise your hand, and we do it. But to other people, and I mean no disrespect to anyone, they do it more as a business or a thingy, or it's their, and this is just sort of a side thing that I do for my friends and neighbors. And the act of doing it is the reward for me. and I don't do it expecting a reward. I do it freely without any kind of, you know, anything coming back on me or anything like that. There are powerful messages, but in the cards, it is in the book, but in having all these other books that I have about the animals themselves, that there is medicine in all of these, in all of creation. And so, I see animals outside and plants and things and stuff, in my talk about nature. But when the cards are read as they come out, to me, it's powerful in that it's representing a natural thing versus a god or a goddess or a Bible or a belief system. Or here's an animal that its representation over a long time is what this animal represents. An ant, what you think ant? Yeah, an ant is powerful. You know, to think about the what you see an ant can carry and the distance, and they get there pretty quick too. I have watched ants, and it's like, man, oh man, they can build a mound overnight. They're really, workers, right? But in the 508, I'm waiting on 520 just for the hell of it. Well, see, actually, I'm on Central Time because my clock will say 420. So, you know, I got 420 twice. It's sort of an actual. But anyway, but my agreement with my spirit guide was that I do this uh, free of heart. And thank you, Elderberry. But as far as explaining a bit about the shaman part of things, um, and how I try to go into this. So it's never, I don't expect anything. I don't try to look forward into what I'm going to do with the cards or what the cards may say or how it may interpret or who's going to be in the chat. And I cannot look there. I just, and at times, there are times when it's so somebody out there is like raising their hand before I even do the show, which is an interesting kind of feeling. But since I've gotten to know you all over the years, some of you, and in doing the card readings, it's like so. I have always related this to terms of radio because of being in radio and all that in my lifetime. So that each one of us is our own radio station. We each have our own frequency. And so, if I ever hear your station in this realm up here, then that's why I say raise your hand. So it's like, so sometimes I'm envisioning this big giant knob like in a radio station, and you're doing the fine tuning to make sure that you got the peak, directional power thing going on. So, but I've always related that in that, there is the open channel, like back in the day of, breaker, one, uh, on 1 9, different channels had different popularities. But back in the CB days, don't know if they do it anymore, but it, very popular back in my day. And so the CB lingo, and you could just, there were so many people on so many levels at so many distances apart on that channel, and some of them had more power than others. Um, you know, Breaker 119. And, Smokey on the southbound, mile marker 22 or 133 or something like that, So, the idea, though, that in the realm out here in the universe, there is that channel where there's a lot of chatter on going on out there, and you can pick out certain conversations between whatever. And sometimes it's like the chatters get, really insane and don't like to go out there listening to the chatter a lot. But I will ask my spirit guide, because I've learned this through wisdom, to say, are there any channels out there I should be listening to? So instead of me listening through all of the nuttiness to try to pick out something worth listening to on the radio, I allow my spirit guide to do the filtering for me, which be that I used to do myself, like, oh, that sounds like an interesting channel. Now, it takes a lot of energy to do that. Um, it's almost the 20, ain't it? Oh, we got 8 more minutes, 7 more minutes. But anyway, in understanding this how do I do this? I have to take me out of the equation. I don't have to be thinking I've got any issues or do I want a card or anything like that. I have to be so neutral, you know. And at times it's a little difficult to do when it sounds like there's a lot of commotion out there. And I think it might have been Susie Q that, like, wait a minute, listen, all y'all, these cards are for you and Susie, but here's her two cards. So that was just interesting. But and doing the eagle card, for everybody, and it was like, nah, this, nobody else needs a card. This is for everybody. Y'all pay attention. I found that interesting myself in that was it. They didn't want me to pick any other cards that night. It was the eagle card, and that was that. And it was meant for everybody. And like, okay, so I can accept that, or I can make up a story, or I can overthink it, or I can try to, as some of the cards have pointed out, that, you don't overthink it. You just, these messages come from the great mystery and you just allow them. And so anyway, Sudu Shama, I'm sorry, I missed you. How you doing? I thought there was somebody else on here, and my eyes are getting a little tired. But how is it in your world? I always hope that no matter where folks are in the world, I bow out. I don't know. IDK, IDK what? Never mind. Hello, Sudu. We hope you, wherever you are in the world, that you are as well as possible. And of all the things in learning how to do this, I mean, I've just asked Spirit, said, look, y'all help me when I'm having my prayer before I do the cards. You know, Now I'm talking about this because for those folks who may wish to do cards or use animals or things like that, um, there were no instructions on how to read cards that I found that helped me at all, because they didn't talk in certain ways that, well, you read the cards and the spirits will tell you and don't worry about, like, okay. But, there are certain things within yourself for me to get clear readings, and you are the ones that say they're good or not. It's not for me to judge, you know. So I can't judge, but there are times when because I get tuned into my spirit guide. They go, read that part again. And whether it applies or doesn't apply, they want me to read that sometimes 3 times, because there is a message in that line, not necessarily just for the person for the cards, but for all the folks that are in here. But um, and for every time I do it, I just have to listen to that voice. And nobody, none of the things that of the voices that have come through to help to try to explain the cards, like for elderberry, it was the 3 cards and the upside down skunk, but they were all related, especially the armadillo and the skunk, in that, you know to repel those things that you don't want, and also whatever that means to you. But I could see that the parallel between the 2 cards, and how the two of them together actually, there's message there. So I just have to just say, okie dokie, allow this to happen. um, like that funny word digress. Oh my goodness me. I digress, I hope not, but we're going to pray for you anyway. So it's been 5 hours. It's 2 minutes. It's a 5:20 here on my clock. My clock is fast, so I can start. But, it's been a good time hanging out with you, Barry. And, let me do something. It's early or late in the morning. Somebody told me how to do something, and I want to see. I've been yapping for the last how many hours now? And, oh, look at this. Well, okay, gang. Yeah, you now have a wrench, by the way. I figured out how to do it. It's, hey, yeah, there you go. No, thank you. You've been moderating and keeping up who's next, you and Doug, and you know what's going to be hard is, I don't think everybody should be a moderator, because to me that just looks stupid. No offense. But there are those of you who are very special to me in a certain way I can't explain. And so I would love to be able to give you for whatever honor that means to you. But I don't want somebody else to get pissed off if they don't get a wrench. Do you hear what I'm saying? So, because you're all special to me, but so if I give one person, but anyway, just, I'm just saying. Um, and my here's something now, to be fair and to be like, so maybe 5 people are moderators for this week or next week, or for, and then I'll say, okay, there's 5 more people going to be moderators for the next time. I don't know. It sounds stupid, but uh, yeah, you've been here one of the longest, absolutely, Michelle. And that's sort of like you and Teresa are like, of course. Delaney Pearl has been around for so long. David Castle, you've been around a long time. Um, much love. I'm fixing to go to the Astral as well. It's been a while, and it's 5:21 here, so let's, you know, ease up the evening. And honey, you don't have to prove nothing to me. I get it. But to my point, though, there are folks that have done, there's something special in that has transpired between us, if for me, them, us, whatever, and which is different than how I somehow feel with somebody else. Not to degrade anyone, but there is a something special, or and so, but how do I do this without it someone feeling, being offended? It's like, we'll see. That's why I haven't really tried to do this in the past. But in this time of being honorable to everybody and for their contribution, it's damn, it's the least thing I could do. I mean, so, but anyway, we'll see how this goes. I'm going to just kind of sort of play it by ear, It's like, well, you get to be a moderator this month, but, it'll be your turn. Who knows? I kind of sort of think that it's silly in a way that it's used as a hierarchy of sorts, but I look at it as y'all been here a long time and you're doing a lot of that already. Uh, but so, and I'm saying you folks are already have been here for me and already act as moderators. And it's like, so in that, that's, you should get the honor. That's to me, you're already doing it. So here you go. No, Michelle, that's that. It is honestly not about that. But thank you for volunteering. And that's why you have the wrench, is because you would volunteer not to have it. So there you go. Yes, grasshopper, you have learned the lesson. I'm sorry. I mean that honestly and from the bottom of my heart, but I'm seeing myself this little, yeah, yes, grasshopper, you know. So anyway, I'm hanging out here. It's past 8:20, 5:24 in the morning time, 4:24 Central, and it's 5:08 hours. So I love you all. Thank you. I feel that it has been a good night with having conversation with you all, and you have told me that the cards are worth the readings. Yes. Uh, but in that, I do always every day pray, and it seems like there are folks now, since I did the Facebook, my reintroduction of self to Facebook, that um, folks know that I'm still alive. And so, uh, well, thank you, Elderberry. I've learned from all of you too. I mean, this is a continual journey. And as every day and every week and every moment passes, there's something else to, out there in the universe, especially in learning to understand about the great mystery of Raven tonight in the cards, and being able to see the great mystery for what it is and allow it to come to you, and not to call out the fear like Rabbit showed up. And it's so, and have the strength and no fear like Fawn, as the Fawn said, as the deer, you know um, the road is already clear of the demons, to Great Spirit on Sacred Mountain. So if you just think of it in those terms, where Fawn has already paid the price, alive and kicking and singing. Yep. And I'm going to go paddling too. I have made up my natural born little old scrawny ass mind that Regardless of if somebody's going to go with me or not, I'm freaking going back to the river. Me and Doug are going to go on another paddle trip. And I know folks that lives a long way away and that kind of thing, but that's not my point. Yeah. And Elderberry, I'm beginning to look at, for every time we get together, it's our continuing togetherness. For me, it's everybody, whether they stay on for long or not, it's that we are able to reconnect in a way that Brian and I discussed when he first started out, and he was, way back when. And not to cut anybody short, but we discussed this before he even started his channel really good, and that what we wished for and what was our purpose, and it was to lighten and to tell the truth and to understand this universal language. And there were times when we listened to other people and we scratched our heads, and we gave up on Wayne a long time ago, even though there's good information sometimes. It's his opinion and things that have led many people astray. And so, of all the things that I stress is, to thine own self be true, but also make sure it follows the law of one. Are you hurting anybody in this? And anything that you have to ask the universe for extra power to do something, or something that you want or you feel that you might deserve, is that's pushing how it's supposed to be. You accept it as gratitude when you understand, the more that you accept those mysteries from the answers and the things from the great mystery, I should say, in that void. But so it's the dream state, it's in our thoughts. And what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, how I feel like I have come to a certain point of grace, because I feel this connection, asleep or awake, or it's like, it at first it used to annoy me. Now I've just accepted it. But um, the idea, though, that we have a choice in this life to do better or not, to give up, and how we proceed. And how we proceed must be with kindness. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't stop our foot and shake our fist when it's necessary. But to the message that was conveyed again tonight is that there are many of us who are going to have to understand that we are going to be healers to those whose souls have been, hurt, destroyed, the craziness that's coming up. The ET, there's more stuff coming out every day about this stuff. I'm just telling you. And they said in June was going to be this big disclosure thing, and we'll see how it goes. But there's so much other things that are happening that we've at least talked about it. Well, other folks are going to be really new to it. And that, so we're going to have to be there to say it's okay. You'll let it sink in. You're going to be okay. Well, but God's an alien, and you're trying to tell me that Jesus can fly on a spaceship? Yes. And angels really do have wings? Yes. And a lot of the stories they've been trying to tell us have been changed, faked, falsified, or made to look like certain people were the scapegoat. And we have to understand these things. But when there are going to be people going, what? Yeah, here's the real truth. So are they going to believe that? And we're going to have to be the ones who have been discussing some of these things, going, yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that with all the understanding and quote secret messages, and I've discussed a lot of them with y'all, as to what's seems to be going to be taking place and stuff. We need to be prepared in that we can adapt. So by having these conversations and by pulling cards and trying to explain to folks through the animal cards that we all make a difference, and there are all these things, and this is how we can react, and do we repel people, and when we actually want to attract them, and or setting boundaries, which is just good common sense rules anyway. But they seem to come at times when, if you look around at the world, you go, this is some information that I can sort of sink my teeth into. This is something that without any religion, without any kind of, we don't worship anything here, but we give honor to all things. So, when folks begin to understand that, the fox who was the camouflage, I've been down in the woods and just become a tree, but the animals can still see you, but other people might not be able to see you. But spiritual Boy Scouts, right? They resonate with my being. Yep. And here's the thing, though. We're just going to have to just, treat them with kindness, like the deer. So, but we also have to set boundaries. I mean, people are going to be mean and want to throw sticks and stones at us and stuff. You know, uh, we we don't have to accept that. And we can step out of the way. We should be smart enough to like not get in the line of fire and don't attract it. If it seems like we're attracting it, then we need to somehow maybe we just need to become more neutral. As was in the cards tonight, for whatever reason, just to, because if somebody wants to be mean at you long enough, if you just sit still and just like possum and just play dead, you just don't pay attention to them, you ignore them like skunk. So then those are just lessons. Now I cannot tell you exactly what's fixing to happen next as far as in the universe and what's coming, but there are some there are some entities that want to put cracks in things and have created earthquakes and have tried to create earthquakes with tsunamis. And there's a lot of evidence that the good guys are may not be able to they haven't been able to stop the earthquakes, but they've been able to stop a lot of the aftermath that's happened in some of these areas. So where people think that there's no hope for the planet, it's already touch and go with some of these crazy aliens, but they we're not even food to them. Okay, to some of these guys, we're not even food to them. We're just in their freaking way. They don't like us, and they've just had enough. That's it. That's it. And for every person that talks about population, this and that, and blah blah blah, a lot of them folks are on that, have that essence in them, and not necessarily reptilian, but some really nasty folks. But and they're actually at war with the reptilians because the reptilians say they've been here longer. So there is a humongous war going on. And if the truth ever came out about the war that is going on with all these spaceships and all these people taking pictures of, clouds that are spaceships and things, a lot of stuff going on. And all the things that are seen on those, solar Blasco, all those zips and things that are going by, those are all spaceships. And some of these are huge. They're as big as our moon. Some of them look like they're as big as our Earth when you compare how big these things are compared to the size of the earth and to the sun. These things are huge with lots of folks in them and stuff, and we think that we're the only ones here. It's time to start understanding that we are this little ball of stuff down here, and the universe is much bigger. That is going to freak people right out. And it's been right in front of our eyes for a long time, but so many people have not accepted it in any way, having nothing to do with God or spirits or anything. But the real truth as to how many different species and entities and folks that have been here all along fighting over this, piece of dirt here we call Earth. And it's come to a certain point in history through the revelations, through the Bible, because they invented it and they have processed it. They want to see what they created come to an end. And but they wrote in it 1,000 years apiece, after it. So what are they going to do? In my dreams, they've showed that lots of people going to go for whatever the reason. And as Mother Earth has said, and as the that dream I've talked about the five braves on horseback, that it wasn't in any kind of revenge or retaliation. It was to balance the energy that was taken from Mother Earth to give it back, to restore Mother Earth, not in some kind of revenge or anything like that. So, hey, Ian, how you doing? Yes, interesting time. So, um, I know what I'm talking about is really way out there, but there are folks that are even more out there than I am. Dr. Miller, he's understanding of things. A lot of folks who are more out there than I am. But I understand enough of it to know that there's more to the story. Okay. And so if I understand the beginning of the story, it's like a commercial to a car thing, I guess, maybe. Oh, well, the new Ford Taurus. Really? Okay, well, then, and these are the features. So, but in hearing some of these things, different metals, different shapes, different this, space lab out there in the sky and all this other kind of stuff. And when thing depending on how broad the disclosure is, there's enough disclosure already. I mean, in that the current um, whatever channel it's on, NBC, Peacock, about the resident alien or something like that, the guy that comes in. And then this last episode, he was like, "I'm not reptilian, although there are on here." She goes, "Are you going to eat me?" And he goes, "No, I'm not like the reptilians." Blah 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 blah. So I mean, they're putting it right in front of us on current television. The disclosure is going on. When I saw that just the other night when I watched the episode, I was like, "Holy crap!" Everybody. No, I may look like them, but I'm not like them. They're the okay. So anyway, they're putting stuff out there right in front of us. So we're going to have to be able to help navigate some of these things because they're, regardless of the aliens, many of them, like the Charistas and other groups, I think there's a lot of stuff that the Anunnaki got a bad rap about. But listen, stuff happens in the universe, and mistakes have been made. Probably will be made again, but that doesn't mean you should hold somebody, respond. Well, they were out for no good. Maybe they just made a freaking mistake. Can you accept that? Yeah, but they should have known better. Well, maybe, but that's not the point. So we don't know the real truth, but if we did, would we believe them? You know what I mean? We've been lied to about so many things. What would you actually, honest to God, believe? you know. So, but regardless of what it is, that's going to open up so many of us. Our eyes have already been open. I've discussed many different things in a lot of different areas in that. So we are aware of things going on. Do we know any particulars? No, that's not necessary. But if they put particulars out there, we can be prepared and go, well, I heard about that. But there you go. There's yes, I've actually heard about that quite a while back, and you reference me if you have to, but there are other people, right? But the idea is, though, that for people who are just never been exposed to any of this, it's going to be like jumping into 10-degree water, in your birthday suit. And it's going to be cold, you know. So, and things are going to shrink up, and you're going to lose your breath. And there are going to be people that, for whatever reason in their world, they're just going to freak out. And we just have to be pre- prepared, is that we're confident in what we know. If the truth really comes out and it's the truth, then we're just going to go, yes, I've heard about this for a while now, to whoever is having trouble with it. So rather than trying to convince them, well, I'm telling you that these aliens exist, versus you're listening to something and you go, you know what? This is actually, they're actually showing you the truth right here. What? Yeah. And if they say, yeah, we're showing you the truth. Yeah, that show, we were trying to show you that there are other beings that are not, they may look reptilian to you, but they're not, different species, different goals, what? Yeah, that was all in a couple of minutes on that episode. So, how many millions of people have watched that episode? How many people have seen that and went, what? You know, that was disclosure right there, because they're using the media, they own it and stuff. But so, anyway, in this great awakening and what we're going to be into, right, Ian, just as all humans are not the same. And one of the things that it keeps showing up in the cards too, and I can't remember which one it was, but in that we are going to have to learn to live with all beings, all creatures as one. And, that is the law of one, to do no harm. Now, if an alligator's trying to eat us, we beat it on its nose and one of us is going to win, and if I kill the alligator, then it's quite possible I'm going to eat his tail, because he's already dead. But anyway, so the idea, though, that um, this, think think of who the bad guys are that are pushing the race thing, that are pushing, these things against us, and they're creating this chaos and tension, and we have to just go, we can't get involved in it. We have to keep an eye on it, though. But I've realized that you really got to be the observer, like Fox was earlier tonight, in that you just stay camouflage. So we're like, oh, we're not really paying attention to that. Yeah, when actually I am, but I'm not so much like Mouse into that I have to scrutinize very small details. So using the animals as, and their traits, I get it in my world. How, well, the cards are speaking to me too, and this is what it's saying to me for myself. And it is good medicine to myself, because it has kept me a lot more sane than I used to be. Another day older. Yeah. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, I bless my soul. 16 tons. And what do you get? Another day older and a deeper in debt. To St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't. A lot of men died. A one fist of iron and the other of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You loaded 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and a deeper in debt. To St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble, my middle name. I was raised in a cane, broke by an old mama line. Don't take no high, stronger woman, make me walk the line. You loaded 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and a deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Yep, Tennessee Ernie Ford. I'm sorry, I had to do it all the way through. It's like I like. Sorry, but anyway, thank you. It seems like you're still here. Here, but anyway, yeah, one of my favorites from way back. Ian, you're the one that started it. You're the one that put it in there in my head. Oh, wait. Elderberry says, oh, I see. I saw, I didn't see what Elderberry wrote. I saw what Ian wrote. So I was blaming this on you, Elderberry. I mean, Ian. Anyway, now I'm confused. I didn't see Elderberry's post. Well, and it for me, because I used to all the time go along and a song would come to my head and I'd be singing it through the day. And so, in getting bonked on the head and losing certain things, music was one of the things that I lost. So being on here and hanging out with y'all, I know I can just be myself. So, a song will come to head and I'll sing a few bars, like there's an old Smothers Brothers tune that goes, Tommy sings it, to Dickie, right? And he goes, soap, 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 soap. And Tommy interrupts him. He goes, I mean, Dickie interrupts him and goes, what are you doing? He goes, I'm singing about 8 bars. Soap, 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 soap. Sing about 8 bars. Never mind. I didn't get it for a long time, and then we were doing some music, having nothing related to Tommy and Dickie Smothers back in the day, the Smothers Brothers. And all of a sudden, I was like, I get the song. They said, okay, we're going to sing about 8 bars of this as an intro. And I busted out laughing, in the chorus. And they're going, what's so funny, Dave? And I'm like, man, sing about 8 bars, soap, 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 soap. Anyway, it took me all the way back to the 60s with the Smothers Brothers. But anyway, uh, I used to be on the jukebox in my local boozer when I was about 8 years old. Yeah. Smothered Brothers. Yeah. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna honestly get out my guitar. I'm still working on down here, but I'm gonna get my guitar out and just do some old songs like that. Some old some old hippie music, and just older kind of music. I mean, trailer for sale or rent. Rooms to lent 50 cents. No phone, no food, no pets. I ain't got no cigarettes, but 2 hours of a pushing broom buys a 8 by 12 4 bedroom. I'm a man of means by no means, king of the road. Anyway, oh, Chantilly lace had a pretty face, had a ponytail, a hanging down, a wiggle and a walk, a wiggle when she talk, make my world go round. Anyway, act so funny, like to be my and a long neck goose. And oh, baby, that's what I like. Anyway, Chantilly lace. That's just, I know a bunch of old songs. And so, in order to kind of like open up the vault of music, opened up that section of my brain that has not been in use like it used to be, that, and if y'all want to join in, we're going to have a hoot nanny, is what it's going to be. Uh, but my ultimate favorite was Little Old Wine Drinker Me. I don't know that one. Riding on the city of New Orleans, Illinois Central, Monday morning rail. 15 cars and 15 restless riders, three conductors and 25 sacks of mail. All along the southbound Odyssey, the train rolls out of Kankakee, rolling past farms and fields, passing towns that have no names, freight yards full of old black men, and the graveyards of the rusted automobiles. Good morning, America, how are you? How don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles before the day is done. Anyway, that Arlo Guthrie tune just jumped into my head right there. But yeah, so was by Dean Martin on which song? Chantilly Lace? I forgot which one. Lighters Up. Oh, the little old wine drinker me. Oh. And I've got some albums and songs by um, Dean Martin, and I grew up in that era, but I do not remember that song. But anyway, so one night we'll do Hoot Nanny. I promise to get out the guitar just because, Um, then there's a. Never mind. I don't even want to get started. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes, the pipes are called. There are times when I was went to a lot of cast parties, having been involved for 25, 30 plus years with the local theater group. And God knows, so some of them are still alive, thank goodness, but my age and a little older. So they'd be in their 70s easy. But the idea, though, that one of the things we used to do was make music, and not just me, but other people would have music or guitars or pianos, and there was always music, and it was the harmony of it that was just so much fun. uh yeah, I'm glad I'm not a wine drinker anymore too, although a sip every once in a while does not hurt. But I restricted to a fruit glass like you'd put orange juice in the morning. That's it. It's like, this is my joy. This is my glass of wine, and that's it. And stick to it, because there's nothing wrong with a glass of wine, but it's when you drink too much wine that's the issue. So you set, here's my, and that's my drink for me. I can't drink anymore. It'll give me a headache. That's that. So, but anyway. So I know I've gotten ready to say goodbye two or three times here, but Michelle, Ian, and Elderberry, yeah, it's really, but see, in syncing up psychically in the universe and being here at this time, it's almost like, I hate to say goodbye, but I got to get up. I got to, my back hurts. I'm out of drink, you know. Um, but it's that we are connect. We found the radio station, or the CB radio station, and we're all kind of our psyches are listening up here. I say up here versus down here. But so we are, quote, psychically tuned in that we have tuned our radios into the same frequency and that we're all hanging out in right now. So thoughts, things, words, song, things, they transfer without anybody really truly, quote, thinking about it. It's because it's there, you see. It's an open channel. And so as people experience this more, I have known about this stuff for a long time. So it's not new. It's new in how we're sharing it together and having this synchronicity with, having never met. I've had some kind of synchronicity with someone I've had a personal conversation with this or that, or met, or but anyway. So this was a different kind of meeting and a synchronicity, and is related for my ugly mug and all y'all in the chat room. But each one of you, in some way or another, have, quote, revealed yourself to the public, right? In some way, shape, or form. So it's not like we're hiding in the closet nowhere and not making ourselves being known that we are these people over here. But we don't have fireworks going off saying, hey, look at me either. And that's the point. Because in this, we have to be that silent, cosmic energy that just, because we're here, we're putting it out. It's getting stronger every time because now we're feeling it between each other. Ain't that a great feeling? So that, and even the cards are saying, that in that we're spreading this out so that folks on the fringes are picking it up, and it's making the universe stronger. It's strengthening humanity. And there are those aliens who really need to hear this, that we as humanity, don't want to blow ourselves up. We don't want to give in. No, we don't want to be violent people, but we'll stand up, damn it. Push me into a corner, to what one of the cards was tonight. Don't get ourselves, paint ourselves into a corner. So, but with that said, though, so the armor that we have, like from the armadillo, is that we set our boundaries. You know, every connection fortifies the whole in a big way, yes. And see, and Spider came out tonight too, and about strengthening the web, and that we need to continue to weave, and that there are, guess what, as I was just talking about, that Spider upside down was saying that out there on the edges of the web, where you might not normally look, could be the best prize, to there's some lagging going on. That there might be some things out along our fringes that, for whatever reason, it's not that we need to go looking or be afraid, or no, it's, oh wait, look over there, there's a uh there's a thing over there, oh looky there, so instead of, this is our field of vision, and so slightly out of our field of vision, up, down, or sideways, for whatever reason I picked up there. But anyway, oh, look over there. There's just something that's really important. Bird, a sign, who knows, right? Um, but it gives us the confidence and it keeps us in sync. So, one of the things in my meditative dreaming future kind of thingies in going into the void, um, is that I'm understanding more my role in this, in that, how do I put this? Think of it in terms of a battery, okay? and I'm going to use the word post or hmm, I guess like um, lightning rod. There's a bunch of, but think lightning rod in the sense that I'm not necessarily attracting lightning, but that I'm a focal point somehow for the energy. And it ain't me that is it. I'm just the neutral being that it. So you all are creating the energy field, okay? Not me. I'm just sort of moderating, monitoring the modulation, if you will. So I am the DJ in that and it's not like I'm consciously doing this, right? Like, well, we're gonna, it isn't about anything about control, but by being here and having the influence of the discussion or how we talk, or so that's the influence, that's the modulation. And so it's our tone of voice, and anyone's welcome to join us, right? So we try to stay out of the screaming and the hollering and the name calling and that kind of thing, so that it's a safe zone. I very seldom use the F word, and I stay away from the cussing because I think all of that is the cursing, downplays whatever we are to discuss. So yeah, I slip up every once in a while, but to the most part, though, it's not necessary in the conversation. So why use it, right? But it's also in honor of the use of the cards, the use of the spiritualness, the synchronization, because to me, when I, like this and screw that and blah, 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 that puts on a different frequency. And the frequency that really seriously needs to get heard is the more of the calm, though. We can use the word, not afraid to use it. It's just not necessary all the time. And there are times when it is necessary and should be used, with emphasis, right, But anyway, but the calmness in the storm and all the chaos, though, if we submit to some of the chaos by using wordy dirds and things and stuff like that, then that encourages that energy, if you will. So we've become, in a lot of ways, part of the chaos. So now this is my own take on this. People do what they want to do and say what they want to do on their channels. But the more that I'm here to do this, I'm understanding that every single bit of that matters. And, not to be better than someone else, but I can be better and I can do better and I can control what I say and how I say it. And yes, I do want that to affect the universe. So, do I want to be angry and mean and fuck it all the time? Now, there are people that use the F word so much that it's part of their language. I used to be there. I understand, and this is not a criticism, but from my learning and understanding, and what I wish to achieve with all of us is to be a pillar, as not a lightning rod, but almost like a Tesla rod. Like I'm not, I'm just here to modulate. That's all. Not going to control. The influence is the modulation of the frequency, which is harmony, peace, togetherness, soul tribe. We are together, so that's my goal, but it's something, it's a harmony that we all can feel, not something that is projected or infer. Well, I guess I could infer it. I'd say that yeah, I infer that. Yes. Well, okay. Sometimes we just outright say it rather than inferring it. But it's not like, I sit around and plan this. I'm going to have this. I'm going to make people think this way. And no, that ain't it. I don't have those conversations. And I will have those conversations with my spirit guide. And, it'll take me 3 days to figure out, how to go about the subject that they point at me. So there are times when people get messages and things and they don't get it. I've learned sometimes of what this is going on. I go, oh, okay. So this is one of these. I got to chew on it a couple of days, kind of things. What does the message mean? I don't know. Here's the subject matter. It could be one word, it could be a sentence, and it'll be just that's it. Okay. And it might come in something I'm watching or listening or reading or whatever. Or it could be, I wake up in the morning going, what the hell does this word mean? What's that thought again? So, they come at all different times. Like we walking in the woods and something, I'll be, doing something in this, like, for example, the word honor comes to mind a lot in my meditations and things because I send honor to all beings. So, and there are times when it's like, have we actually discussed what honor really means? There are so many people that need religion, and in the religion, it's all about worshiping something or someone, and they can't get past the idea that there we don't have to worship anything in the universe. It's all about the honor to all living things. Oh well, where's God in this? Everywhere. Well, but no, he's not in the thingy and the thumb. And no, sorry guys, but God is everywhere, and it says a lot of that in the Bible too, as well. That Jesus is in your heart. So if it's in everybody's heart, then how can he be in one place? Think about it. Anyway, what is the Holy Spirit? It's the Spirit, right? And we all got it, right? We can all be enlightened with that light if we choose to do so, if we allow it to happen to us. Pretty simple. What do you need the rest of the words for and all the other stuff? For those disbelievers of people, who need more to understand what it's so simple about, you know. Oh well, now we can talk about quantum energy and and gene splice and all this other kind of stuff, but at the bottom line, at the end of the day, it still boils down to the energy of how you and I and our spirit are connected. And whenever this shell dies, we go back to that. Period. And we just want to do the best we can. So, and in the native spirit, it is we do the best we can while we're here, so that the transition is simple. We have walked a good road. We have walked the walk and talked the talk, and we are able to remember who we are in the next life. That's the gift. Think about it. To remember your reincarnation and think about it. What's the prize? To lead a good um, native life, do the sun dance. I was going to say Tesla rod. Yes, Michelle. That's what I got pictured in my head. And I'm just kind of the one that's holding it. I'm not it per se. I mean, it's really hard for me to describe, but I see myself only as the center point because there are people in the down under, and tonight was the Ukraine, I think, or anyway, Czechoslovakia, and then my friend there's the UK, and there's a friend, and there's people in Canada, and the people that So as what you call it has said, Robert V. I'm known all over the world, and that's just it's funny, it's humbling, but it's true because you know there are only so many folks who are subscribed to my channel, and I'm grateful for every single one, but to know one person in another place on the other side of the planet to me is like great, and we can talk and chat and I think it's wonderful. Czech Republic, thank you, Michelle. See, that's why you got that little tool. Dun da da da. What did you say, Elderberry? Let me put my glasses on. I have elders say this before, not to give power to things, speaking of them aloud. Yeah, Ian, sometimes, yep, yep, yep. Sometimes I am a tool. That's funny. Uh, Free Flow just went live in Chicago. She's becoming like this. And in the times the times that I have met wise old people, they don't sit around and cuss all the time. There are those old grouchy men. Now, not to say that they won't say a curse word once in a while. Ain't the point. It's not that they're so good, but they just don't see the point. And the older I get it. I just don't see the point. And especially if I'm trying to keep a frequency, and that is my intention. My intention is to try to keep this clean, with good discussion, lively, except peace, brothers and sisters. So I'm not a conduit. I don't I don't seem to be that, although I feel at some level I'm attached with y'all, and you all are attached to each other. We're a part, we are members of the league of like-minded beings. It boils down to that. We have learned to get to this frequency, and we all come and meet there. It really boils down to simply as that. Hey, Gaza, are we really down under the way you guys are down under? Depends. Yes, Gaza, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Who's upside down? Are you guys actually upside down? Are we upside down to you folk? I mean, doesn't the toilet go down differently down there? Does it go clockwise or counterclockwise? I've always heard that, and I've sometimes, that's a myth. The toilet goes down the same way on both ends of the planet, don't it? No. So anyway, I come in peace. Yes. Well, for folks that, that's something that Buddha always said, to be at peace, and in harmony with all things. What did Christ teach? He would come into towns and go, "Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters," and seek and ye shall find simple things, and like Sister Helene told me back in 1970, she was the Dominican nun for those who may have forgotten or not known. But she told me to study Buddhism because Jesus did, and that he had went, harmony. It's all about harmony. So we're all together here in a harmonious situation. So, and understanding frequencies as much as I do, not near as much as other people do, don't get me wrong, but I understand this enough in that if we maintain a certain frequency, a certain wavelength thought pattern, then I'm not the conduit. I'm just holding up a stick, you know. It's everybody else's that makes it, you know. It's everyone else that makes if it was just me and my energy in the universe, then it would be a static, you know. It's 1-1 there. It's almost 6:20 here. And I'm going to hang out for 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to say good night or good morning to everybody. Good Sunday morning to y'all. We're supposed to get hit by a sun's a CME kind of thing today. I just uh, the toilet look for me clockwise. Okay, well then it goes down the same way here too. Then this nonsense it goes around, it goes down different. Is stupid then, guys. So thank you. It's always better to talk to somebody who lives there and fleshes on a regular basis. Which way does it go down? I'm starting early. But there are things that I have witnessed in my own lifetime that folks these days who are, 40 years or younger are going, that no, that's a lie. No, that's not true. That's not how it happened. I'm sorry. No, well, this was like this and that was no, sorry. They changed the history books. No, it ain't like that. No, do a little research anyway. But with all of that said, for everyone of us who have been here and who hang out, We are all part of this frequency. We've all reached, we can all hear each other up here in the, in the quantum. And that's a good thing, because when, I'm not on or somebody else isn't available, all you have to do is believe, 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 believe that we're always still connected. We're always members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We can always turn our station to the frequency. As we learn what the frequency is, we can all just go to that frequency, and it's like a face chat. Okay, it's very similar. Just saying, you know, Hawkeye's mods. That's just funny. But anyway, that's a tribute. What the hell are you all talking about? 8:17 Melbourne PM, and it's 6:17 AM here, Gaza. So 12 and 2, right? 12 hours plus 2 hours. 14 hours difference from here to there. I'm starting to think there's something about playing in the toilet over there. Michelle says, I think you on my walks, Hawkeye. Well, that's cool. That's probably why I think about you when I'm on my walk sometimes. See, synchronicity. We've just never chatted about it. And here's something, Michelle. Now, I'm throwing this out there in fun, but also as a point of thought. Whose thought? I'm gonna. Um, Julie plays around in her toilet, writing on her whiteboard wall. I got you. Whose thought are so here? Just bear with me for a second. So you're on your walk and you're thinking about me and the soul tribe. Okay. Well, I'm walking around and I think about you, but it may not be necessarily the soul tribe, but it is in the same vein. Okay. Not necessarily the soul tribe per se using the words. So here's my thing. I already assume, because we're here, that you're that we're part of this together. Soul tribe, yes, that's one part of it, but also that we're a part because you're still with me right now after 6 hours, and it's almost 6:20 here. So I'm going to fire this up one more time, but it's in that we you've realized that you're part of the League of Like-Minded Beings, and no matter where we are, we can tune into this radio station. Now, my point to this is, was it your thinking that put the message on the whiteboard? Okay, regardless of which way the toilet flushes, or was it my thinking on my walk that prompted you to think of me on your walk? Or were we just out there and may have intertwined at the same time? Or maybe it was you did or I did first, and then I did, then you, who knows? But here's the thing, we both did it. Okay. That's the point. Now, I have done with this with other people, and that I say, okay, if you're out and you're doing that, what time is it? Just um, how you prove if it was the same time, regardless of where you are, is just go, I'm walking along with when it's 2:35. Okay, that's all you got to do. Because then later on you go, well, it was about 2:35. So I've talked about how I used to astral project and to this radio station and this person, we had this connection. Anyway, it was all about, in practicing how to do this, it was always about what time is it? Because that's the common link between folks. That's all there is to it. That's the link. So what time is it? And so if there's any reference, well, it was about 2:30 this afternoon, man. I was walking along. Oh, me and Duggar were out about that same time. I can go, So that's a closer synchronicity versus you having the thought and then me having the thought later on, or vice versa. So if you want to help pin down, so, and it works not just with me, but with anybody. So so I had this thought about such and such, and it's not about if you have to write it down, okay, but it's just an approximation, it was about 1:30. Okay. So later on you can reference it. Yeah, it was about 1:30 this afternoon. I had this thought about you. Okay, that means you're more synchronous than not, is my point. Are you right on the money on the right on the instance? It's not, that's not necessarily, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you were in the really close zone versus, well, it was 5 o'clock this afternoon, I was walking, versus 1 o'clock with you when you were walking. See, so that's not necessarily, it's out there on the whiteboard, but it's not like, well, it was about 1 o'clock. Yeah, about 1:15 or so for me. When you're able to bring those things closer together, then you can fine tune that frequency, is what I'm trying to say. All my personality traits are all learned reactions from others, mostly family. So what part of me is real? Who the heck am I? That's one of those interesting things to discover that's written in the void. I missed the 620 mark, but I hit it before, so I'll hit it after. Yeah, who thought first? It doesn't really matter, but to the point though, in learning to fine tune your own abilities, and this is for everybody, not just you. If anybody gets to the end of this video, like we're sitting here, God bless them. Um, but to the lesson for you and the folks that are here, if you're having these thoughts with someone, then the first thing you need to do is, about what time is it? Now, I don't wear a watch, but I can guess pretty close because I was in the house and me and Duggar took a walk. I can get within 15 or 20 minutes. So like, wow, if I come in the house, I'll just had this thought and it was, about 10 minutes ago. So it was about 2:15. Okay. So I can reference that and put it in my little mail, my little card file, just in case. Especially if someone else, that I'm aware of is going to be doing the same thing. So, like Michelle, for you now, if I have a thought about you or something along those lines, then I'm going to pay attention as to what time it is, because the next time I'm going to ask you, okay, about what time was that? Central time, and we'll work it out, because my time is same as yours. I think you're central, but anyway. And so anybody else that wants to do it, I know there's Doug, uh, and Elderberry, so there are times when these folks come to mind. So, you know if we wish to fine tune our frequencies, then whoever it is that the thought occurs, then we look at our watch and go, it was about whatever time, you know. And we're not going to be accurate every time, but the thing is that it is how you learn to fine tune these frequencies. It's the power that we all have. And how do we want to learn this and we want to do that? Well, how about we learn how to tune in? It's not tune into someone else's thoughts, it's tuning into that frequency, because when they want to reach us, they're going to go to that frequency, and I'll be able to pick up the phone right away because I know it's them calling on the line. I'll know by their essence and their energy who it is that's calling. Like, it is like reading energies, but it's sort of like a point of light. Now, if you think about, phone lines, for example, and fiber optics cable, I'm just as this is just a visual, okay? So what I see it is that, say I've got this whiteboard that's actually black, and there are little white dots, sort of like the old. Think of it in terms, for me now. it's sort of like in terms of one of those old style phone receptions back then where they plugged in the, the phone cord and all these operators and they'd all connect you, may I have the number you're calling from, so it's sort of like that, but they're like points of light. So that point of light frequency is this person. And that one over there is, maybe it's got like a ringtone, So there are certain people that's like there's a certain feeling, almost like a ringtone. And so and I've practiced it with individuals, and we knew we were doing it. So when you hear that ringtone, it's them. And that's an odd way of putting it, but you could say, well, it's reading their energy. Yep, you're right. I know at certain times when it's my daughter. I know certain times when it's somebody else, and so um, the village idiot is the least stressed person you will meet. Yeah, and in a lot of ways, it does it. Hey, D Ocean, what's up, y'all? Right back at you. I'm still awake after all these hours. Energy signatures, it's all of that. You can put a name on it, but in my visual way of thinking it, though, so I always go back to radio because of my lifelong in radio. So it's a radio station. Everybody's got their own radio stations, and to me, at times, especially now, as I'm still progressing, it's not just a sound, but it's sort of like a point of light, if you will. And with that is the essence of the person. But it's just this little point of light, like if you were to look at the end of an optic fiber, you know, and I don't know how else to put it. It's really weird for me to try to describe it that way. Let me put it to you that way. They're really like they're really busy at work helping me to uh, um, try to explain that one and give them a visual. Well, D Ocean, I haven't had my nap yet, and the sun's coming up. So at least it quit raining. We had I'm gonna check the rain gauge here in a little bit, but we had a really decent amount of rain here at the house. I don't know about. I know south of us, Tallahassee, which is like 70 miles south, they didn't get near the rain that we got here. I mean, just nowhere near it. So, but anyway, an understanding to kind of wrap up and sum up. Um, I don't want it to dry out too quick. No, I want it to stay boggy for a day or so. Honestly, it's going to get warm, and then right now the uh, you know a lower anything below 50% humidity is like wonderful down here. But anyway, so all that water and heat commutes into humidity down here. So don't want it to stay boggy a little bit, but not too long. Anyway, um, because we're so far down into spring, kind of sort of. It's important that we hold some of this water right now because it's going to help us right into June. It will last into May. So if we don't have any more decent rainfall, which has happened many times down here, this is an unusual year in that we've had slightly above average rainfall. I love it. We're actually getting what we used to get. So people are like, oh, this rain. We used to get this much rain. The ponds used to be full. The creeks used to run. Y'all just don't remember them days. We've been in a drought for a while. My area of South Georgia and North Florida has been in a severe drought for the last 10, 12 years, up to like last year. We had a fairly decent rainfall, but So this idea where people, oh, it's flooded all the time and all this rain. Nah, this is it. Used to be this way. We're going back to normal. So, but with the Earth wobble and earthquakes going on, and we're getting cosmic rays. Plus, today's supposed to be a day of CME, and that some of the YouTube and stuff and cosmic stuff will burn some things out. Who knows? But um, being aware. So if any of you get some kind of spike in energy or something or feel, just make a note of it and about what time. And unless, whether you check with us or not, check with the human residents and see if there was any correlation and whether or not when we get hit with this energy solar thingy, they'll know what time it hits us. So, is there any kind of relationship in how we feel as to how these things correspond in our lives? And tell the truth. Don't go, well, I think I felt now. Tell the truth. Either you did or you didn't. Look at the clock and be honest. Now, I'm going to say this regardless of whether or not it corresponds to a time limit or some type of time in your life doesn't mean that it didn't have any influence. I just want to make that perfectly clear. But the time that you may feel something may be that bow wave coming in. So, or it might be a retarded thing where it hits us and you don't feel it for a couple hours or something. That's okay. But it's whether or not have you had a reaction or can you feel it? It's beautiful sunshine here today uh, in the garden for me. Great, Ian. I want shrooms to pop. Yeah. Yeah, it's just starting to get light here. The sun isn't up, but it's getting light. And by my clock, it's 6:30 in the morning. So by 7 o'clock, my time, which is Central Time, but Eastern Daylight Time, it's 6:30. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 5:30 on the clock here. Sorry about that. I got that wrong. But anyway, so the more you understand about our relationship to the energies of the universe and go, oh, I've heard that radio station before. Keep that in thought. However you want to, yeah, I have to sleep too, Michelle. But however you want to name it, however can perceive it with you and reading energies, whatever. It's learn how to tune that in. So anyway, I love you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and I love you all as well. Thank you, Ocean. We stayed up just to say hi to you and good morning to you, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Ian, you as well, and Elderberry. I continue to pray each and every day. I really do mean this. That each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Every time I put my feet on the ground, every day that I'm awake, I continue to pray for each and every one of you to continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and them blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that is so important to me is that you continue with the friends, your family, all of your relatives to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So be blessed, you too, Dee. Peace and all the good stuff. You're welcome, Ian, as always. You folks are the best. Thank you so much. And TTFN from South Georgia, ta ta for now. Keep it between the ditches. And all together now, Michelle. We love you, Bob. Thank you. 6 hours and 19 minutes. It's a record. Okay. Yeah, full moon ceremony. That sounds like a good idea. We love you till next time. See you later, alligator.